Good evening and welcome back to another episode of the weekly comic wrap up. I'm here with my good friend Kyle, not Kevin, and Drew, aka Dolan, or Dolan, aka Drew.
Yeah, it depends on which universe you're in, which multiverse.
Yeah,
I think this one we'll just go with.
no more multiverses. I can't.
Too many.
Too many. So if you guys notice, one of our boys here, one of our co-hosts, got a new microphone. So let it shout off. Shout out or sound off in the chat if you guys notice a difference, if there's a little bit of a better sound quality or production value to the show, whatever you want to call it. But if he still sounds like crap, let him know it too, because he can take it.
Jim Lee's the best.
Sorry, I don't think the microphone can like pick up lies.
Oh, how great that is! I know
it's
that.
One of the
when you say that, the internet just completely just crashes.
But I'm excited to have these guys on tonight. We read a ton of books. This was a large week of books. Large and in charge. It was a big week with some big books and big games, if you know what I'm talking about, because Big Game issue number 5 came out, and we'll most likely talk about that later in the evening as kind of our finale. But that is a culmination of books that I've been waiting for the past 6 months, longer than that. Like we were getting hints of it in what, Nemesis, right?
Yeah, Nemesis Volume 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm stoked. I was very well, you know what? I won't say anything. I won't say anything until we get into it. But while I am getting some things ready backstage, we've got some show and tell for y'all. I need a stinger for show and tell. I do have a new stinger for when we need to rip a book. And believe me, we will rip a book tonight, or at least metaphorically rip a book. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
If you guys are not with me on this one, I'm going to be very surprised. But we are going to rip a book. I've got a fun video for that. But yeah, we need a video for like show and tell. But because we don't have anything for right now, Kyle, why don't you take it away, my man? And also, before you do, just to make sure, check your settings and make sure that the audio is coming from the microphone.
Where's it coming from? Where does it sound like
I just want to make sure, just in case. I think it still sounds like it's coming from the mic, but StreamYards is weird every now and then. We'll sometimes change your settings.
Audio.
So,
mic. Oh.
How's that? Is that better?
Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah, is that better?
Okay. Much okay. I could audibly hear the like just everything like cinched up and just like
now it sounds
so now
better.
When you say now it sounds better. So now when you say like Jim Lee is a really great artist, we won't hear that. And so
you won't hear Jim Lee's the greatest artist of all time.
Man, he really does sound like a podcaster now. Now we're talking chat. Well, we've also got 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. What's going on, Nick? Great to see you here. Raphael Ponce, hail to you. MG, Mark McGrath, Crane Kicks, and Single Chicks. Hello, Mark McGrath again, and my man Rudy. Great to see you all here. But yeah, no, Kyle, if you want to take it away with your show and tell.
Started now with the show and tell.
So for tonight's show and tell, we're gonna have a
this is all show and tell considered tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna do an ASMR of show and tell.
It's gonna be an ASMR comics channel. So how did you guys like this comic book this week? Yeah.
Yes, that's very exciting. Yes,
very exciting.
Well, we still have to ASMR even when we're mad though. So this book was a piece of shit. And
in case you couldn't tell in my voice, I was really, really pissed off.
Very angry with the artist's decision. No. I think, the microphone really does make a difference. I think even when I was first starting YouTube, everyone told me, start with your sound. Don't even touch a camera for like the first 6 months until you get a microphone that sounds even remotely like nice. So I think it's a smart investment. But
no, because I had no idea. Like we would do the Blue Yetis when Drew and I did the podcast originally on
the Comics Elite
Podbean.
channel.
Yeah, the Comics Elite channel, and we did before the YouTube, we did Podbean. So I would edit stuff on GarageBand and upload it through Podbean, our OG show.
So,
yeah. So that's when I bought Blue Yeti mics. That's what everybody said. Oh, Blue Yeti's the best. It's the best. And I don't think they're that good at mics, really.
I think it's really good for people to start out with who don't want anything in the way, right? Because my microphone is very close to my face. Yours is it's probably like 6 inches, 10 inches away from your face right now.
Yeah.
The Blue Yeti, I feel like people really like to have it pretty far away to pick up, whatever their voice is projecting, almost like a boom mic. But I don't know. It just, even like Josh has one and his jacks up all the time. Aaron used to have one. His doesn't work. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, 2 out of some of our hosts on this channel both have the same mic and it sucks for them. So it's like, okay.
And Sean bought like 4 for the shop. So that's all we had. He had like 4 of them all strung up and ready to go. It's like, we'll see.
I did try and invest a good amount of money into an actual boom mic that hung over my head that was probably like 1.5 feet away from me. And boom mics do a really good job of picking up your voice and trying not to pick up, everything outside, but you have to spend like a good amount of money. And after a while I was just like, you know what, it's not worth it to spend this type of money for when I have a great mic right here, that's plug it right into the computer. You don't need to spend like, Hollywood money on.
And when we had one of Sean's relatives, when we like that 2 months where you could see the production value go all the way up. Like he was stringing up, microphones from the ceiling and stuff for us and checking. He knew exactly where we were at. It's like he had all the
close-ups. It was amazing.
Oh man, it was so good. We're like, we finally made it. Like we're here. We have everything. And then of course he left.
And what's so funny is like every time like I make a video that's like I look at it and I go, this is my best edited video. It's scripted. I think it's probably got the best production value and the best sound. I add a soundtrack to it. Everything that I think about this video, portrays a level of production quality. Gets like my lowest view count ever. And then like the shit ones that I just like create on a whim that I'm like, I'll just kind of make a video today. I don't care. Gets like thousands of views. And I'm like, of course, that always happens. So
depends on the content also, right?
Well, all my content's good. I mean, if you just did a show about Jim Lee.
You would get millions.
Or it would just be all shills.
You would just make so much money. You would be like, I don't even know what to do with all of it.
I distinctly remember those shows. Those were a lot of fun watching because you guys had lighting in there too. The camera was great. I don't know what camera you guys were using, but it had a fantastic lens on it and everything.
He had a lot. He had like several cameras he was using, set them all up, knew exactly where the close-ups were going to be. Like, I mean, he had it all figured out.
Damn. One of these days we'll make it. We'll get there. We'll get there, boys.
Yeah.
Mark was asking if I don't think I read this one.
No. Sean didn't. Well, Zach, they didn't order any at the store. None. Period. Even in brick and mortar.
Yeah.
Couldn't go to Pound Town.
Nope.
Damn.
Well, I mean that tracks though, Mark. I mean, he's been sniffing his farts for a while. You don't have to read the Pound Town book because you can just read his Wonder Woman, and he thinks he is the greatest thing since men existed on planet Earth. Josh does need to update his Wi-Fi. MG, our whole production setup and the amount of time too. That's the thing, is like the amount of money, time, effort, thought, and love and passion that we come to these things with our reviews or our videos or our takes probably are more than some of the people that are actually creating them.
That's fair. This is like $150 mic, I think. And
that's pretty damn good, man.
I think the arm is like $75, but I wanted to see if the mic was good before I got the arm. So I'm like, I'm not investing that much because if the mic sucks, then I'm just like, don't worry about it. But
yeah, no, that's fair. Because I was well, hopefully they're not watching, but I was thinking about gifting. I was thinking about gifting you and potentially someone else, like a $50 microphone that I found on Amazon. That's like it's like $50 for the mic, the arm, the stand, this, that. But it's not not great, but it's a really good setup and it's just super reliable. So I was thinking about getting that as like kind of a Christmas gift, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna end up doing that or not. We'll see. But because Drew, you're using the Blue Yeti right now, yeah? Because you sound great.
Yeah, I'm using the Blue Yeti right now. I'm just hanging out at home. The only reason, so I've learned with my laptop, it's a cheaper laptop, and when I have my camera hooked up to it, it draws a lot of power and it goes slower with the camera hooked up to it. So I just here with the microphone, Blue Yeti, relaxing. So I'm comfy right now in my happy zone.
Yeah. Well, you're about to not be too happy once we go over some of these books, but no, I'm kidding.
It's Friday. It's Friday, Max. Come on.
It's Friday. We're having fun. We're having fun. We'll have more fun. We'll have even more fun once we get into, say, Alien #1, or maybe that's a good one, or maybe Ghost Rider. Anyone?
God damn it.
So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Kyle's like, these are all good. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, these are good ones, right? What are the bad ones?
Yeah, we'll get to those.
We'll get to Big Game, right?
Good.
Yeah. Big Game and Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
Lane Kramer, hail to you, and also Duck Bacon. Man, whenever I say your name, I always get hungry.
Man, yeah, talk about. I want some duck bacon.
Yeah, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
My homemade mic boom, PVC. Hey, there you go. Being a handyman, being Tim the Tool Man right there.
Yeah,
creating your own.
Caring way too much. I don't care that much.
You're one step away from George Clooney and Burn After Reading. Jeez.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, do I spend money on something? Like, do I spend more money on something that I know is just going to work automatically, or do I build something that could be cheaper but will spend me the entire afternoon to do?
If not a week.
if you're not good at that stuff,
yeah,
and that's the other thing that could potentially just fail. That cannot even work at all. So, too funny. Well, I've been edging the chat enough. I've been teasing enough. Let's see what you got, Kyle. While I kind of admire from the background here.
Okay. Yeah, I got one book this week. It's not a big book, but it's a book that I've had my eye on for a while.
How long's a while, Kyle? How long's a while?
I've had it in the wish list cart. You're watching them on eBay for over a year, 2 years, probably.
2 years.
Yeah.
2 years. All right, before you show it, I want to see if I can try to figure this out. I want to see if I can figure this out.
Ooh, yeah, this is gonna be a fun game.
It's the #1.
Oh,
and it's this is where I think CGC are fucking assholes. Technically, it is a first print, the first appearance of a character. They don't deem that on this copy, which is fucking stupid.
So on the label, it does not say first appearance.
Correct.
Oh,
what does it say in its place?
It doesn't say any. It just says such and such. It's got a thing and a pin up on the back. It's like so they don't deem it.
Did you send it in to get graded, or did you buy it graded?
I bought it graded.
Okay.
It's a 9.0. So I was looking for a decently high grade of this as well.
Okay.
I think I know what it is.
Fear Monarch, maybe. But MG thinks it's Tim Drake Robin #1.
Whoa, well, I don't have that much money. Take it easy.
How much
and stuff here, all right?
How much would a Tim Drake Robin #1 with a 9.0 go for? Like $3?
I think they would use it as packing peanuts for another book.
That's actually a good point. Like they would
sandwich
that between your books.
Yeah.
I am dead certain I know what this book is. I know what it is. And I bet you dinner Sunday night that if I'm wrong on this, I'll buy dinner. But if I'm right, you buy the dinner.
Drew, you have to put it in the private chat, and I will witness, so that way Drew has the correct answer. Witness.
Right,
Drew will put it in the private chat.
It's right here. Got it here.
Start open at that bad boy like it's Christmas morning, so we can.
Well, I hope it's in here.
You never know these days.
Wait,
yeah, you really legitimately don't.
And speaking of which, I just pulled the trigger on another book that I've wanted for a very long time, like for years. And these books are very expensive. And I found one that is actually a decent grade, and it was actually in a price range that I felt comfortable with. So I might get scammed. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm really excited for that book. One of my favorite covers.
This is interesting. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that one as well. So
okay, you see what I put in the chat? You see what I think it is?
I do. I do see it. That would be very funny if that is the case.
Okay.
That wasn't a no.
Okay, that's what he thinks it is.
I guess we'll just have to find out.
Do you have any guesses, Max?
No, I honestly have no clue. When you said it should be a first appearance, I was like, oh, I'm blanking. Because when you said it's been in your cart for a while and you wanted something in high grade, I was like, maybe something more modern. But when you said first appearance, I was like, oh, maybe it's not as modern as I thought. I don't know.
It's not as modern as you think.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell Drew that he's wrong.
Ooh, dinner.
Well, it's not like it's a Star Slayer #2 or something. So
dinner.
No, not that. So this book. So there are two first prints. The first print was a limited number. It was limited to a certain number, and then a couple months later, they reprinted it with a different color on the cover. Still a first print, just the second edition of the first print is what they technically call it.
Oh, wait, no, it wouldn't be that.
Which is total horse. So this is technically a first print.
I thought it was going to be like a Venom something, but no, it's probably not, because Venom had all those different covers, but Venom's not a first appearance of anything.
Yeah, so this is technically still considered oh, it looks nice. That looks nice.
It presents well.
It does.
It looks shiny.
Oh, it's nice. So since Drew's wrong and he owes me dinner on Sunday,
let me go ahead and say what Drew had said in the private chat. He said that he thinks it was the X-Men #1 gatefold cover Jim Lee cover.
Because the reason why that, and there's a pullout poster in that comic in our gatefold edition, is the first appearance of Omega Red.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So
I may have just purchased an Omega Red,
did you?
#4, yeah.
So Drew has this book. I know that. I'm almost positive Drew has this book. I don't it's one of his favorite characters.
Oh.
This came out in 1988. Year I was born.
Great year. Excellent year for comics.
Mm-hmm.
1988.
Yeah.
When you said there was a pinup on the back, I thought Wolverine. But no. Wolverine's first appearance is like way back. So
think indie. Miracle
Man stuff?
No, it's got to be Rocketeer.
Drew's favorite character.
It's got to be Rocketeer.
Oh,
I already have that. I already have a Star Slayer grade at 9.4. So
okay. Damn it.
Well, let's go ahead and take a peek, shall we?
So this is
Nexus.
Nope.
No, the Tick. Is it the Tick?
Yep, the Tick number
Damn it.
1.
Oh, wow. There it is. On the last guess. There it is.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Very nice. Oh, well, of course that's so hard to grade, dude. Look at that cover.
Oh, yeah.
It's solid impossible. Black cover. Yeah.
Yeah. Black cover. Very impossible to get graded, but that's the pinup on the back.
Oh,
since we're showing off the Tick, I might as well get my Tick collection to show off. Hold on a second.
All right.
So,
dude, that looks great.
No, I've loved it. These books are not cheap.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah, even so So the original was like 5,000, and it's a white cover. It's this exact cover, but white, and so they're all numbered. And so,
what
they
was
would say
the
tick
print
number
run?
1. I think it was 5,000.
Wow.
And so,
how many are graded? Do you know?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
So those are like $500-600, like insane.
Yeah.
And so then 3 months later, they reprinted it with a black cover, still considered a first print, just the second edition of the first print.
That's
so
sketchy. I've
I
never
think
heard
it's
of
horse
that.
shit.
But
It should say first fucking appearance on there. It's horse shit. They're wrong. It's a first fucking print. It's horse shit.
Check Key Collector. Let's pull up Key Collector. Let's see cover
Key
price.
Collector will say it. So they're fucking liars. And so, because nobody has it in their collection, so they're going to be like, oh, technically it's not. So this is the first print. It is the first appearance. So the white cover will say first appearance of the Tick. And so issue 4 is the first appearance of Arthur. So he's not in here. But I still think it should say first appearance.
Now, I was going to say, because it is printed before, is that technically a first appearance, right? Because it was like, say they said it was first print. Maybe it's first print, but it still may not be considered a first appearance because that was dated earlier than the black cover, right?
Technically, the white cover came out a few months.
Yeah, that white cover, that one is, I mean, you want to
that's
talk about
stupid money. Yeah.
It's like we're talking like at least $1,000, I think. If not
for
more.
a high, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's his second first appearance. Yes, exactly.
It still should be the first appearance because it's issue number 1, God damn it. So it's not a second print. The second print is like a red cover. So it's not the second print. It's still the first print, technically.
Now, if we're talking like Hulk 180 or Hulk 181 or something, let's say Hulk 180 is the first appearance of Wolverine. There's a direct edition and there's a newsstand.
Mm-hmm.
If the newsstand comes out after the direct, maybe like a week after, does the direct get to have the first appearance title, or do both of them have the first appearance title?
I don't think that matters. They're still technically, it's still the same issue.
Still the same book. They just
it's not
released
a
newsstand.
And Personally, I think
I don't know. That's why I ask.
So obnoxiously stupid. It's like, come on.
Drew, were you gonna show us something as well?
Yeah, I was gonna, since we brought up the Tick, I might as well show off my. I also do have a number 1 right there.
Ah, very nice, very nice.
And I've got the issue number 2. That's the die cut one.
Yeah, there's an error one at that one. The error that's not die cut. Yeah, it's expensive.
Beautiful.
Nice. At San Diego back in like 2019, they actually had one of the original pages from issue 2 for sale at the NEC booth. I almost bought it. I got good and liquored up at a great tequileria. We went to an old San Diego. Kyle, we've been there.
Oh yeah, Old Town.
Yeah, we went there. We got liquored up. I went back and it had already sold. I missed out on it.
Oh, oh my God, that quick, eh?
Yes.
Wow.
I got number 3.
Ooh.
Got number 3 signed and remarked by the creator Ben Edlund, right there.
Oh, that's cool. That's very cool.
Number 4, number 5, number 6.
Kyle, I think he's trying to show off.
Number 8.
I think he's trying to show you up.
Yeah, see, but they're not graded. They're not graded, so
10.
it doesn't matter.
Number 11.
Oh my God, I didn't even know this.
12,
this ran for this long, this many issues.
Terrible's too terrible to tell. It's another one of the Tick, and 2 more things. The Tick original omnibus, signed and penned by Ben Edlund back in 1992.
Ooh, that's
worth nothing now. Worth absolutely nothing now.
And I've got the original limited edition Tick button set.
Whoa, that is like super novelty. I like that.
Yeah,
that's awesome, man. I like that is quite the Tick collection. I didn't know someone could be that big of a fan of Tick. I like that.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. In terms of original art, I did not need to drink I just made the poor decision of buying something recently. It probably won't get here for like another month. So we won't see it until probably late in December. But it may be my most prized possession in this room if it truly is, if it is what it is and it gets here and I wasn't scammed. So we shall see.
So is this original art from an issue, from the actual comic book that you bought?
From a cover of a comic book. Yeah.
Oh, which Jim Lee cover did you get?
You think that I would have to sell my entire savings, my firstborn child, and I still would be in debt? Are you kidding me?
I was going to ask which Riley Rossimo cover it was. That he bought.
Oh.
Speaking of Riley Rossimo, Felix just announced that Riley has his new pages coming out. So if you guys want to hop on that Riley Rossimo art, get on Felix comic art. But because Felix also represents Riley. But yeah, I will say it's a cover of a book. You guys probably won't care about the character, but that's fine. You will care about the artist, and I will never financially recover, but that's okay.
Nice.
I said it's Christmas. It'll get here at Christmas, and I'm gonna have to save for the rest of my life. But
if it's Warhammer, I swear to God, I will leave the stream.
Why would you leave? That's so rude. Plus, if it's you show off your Jim Lee stuff all the time, and I'm just
that's real art though. That's real art.
I guess I'll just sit here and watch, and I'll pity, But no, that's a good find. That's good.
And of course he left because he knew he can't compete with this. So I'm thinking of moving that shitty ass Daniel Warren Johnson slab right there, moving that piece of shit out of the way and putting this guy up there. I'm thinking.
Dang. Well, so do you go by price or do you go by because you got to think about, okay, how valuable is this financially, but how valuable is this to me? Like, what is the personal value? So I wonder,
because this was like 180. No, I don't know, something around there. I don't care about monetary value for me. It's like, do I like looking at the cover and is it something that's cool to look at, basically? Sure. So I have to think about what I'm moving from up there. I don't know.
Well, or you could just, remember where you had Transformers last time and you put it in the corner over there.
Yeah,
that's where you can, because Tick is such a obscure character that no one really even talks about or cares about. You could probably put him in that corner.
Wow.
Hey, I'm just telling it like it is, man. No, I'm kidding. I legitimately don't know. I've never watched a Tick show.
Wait. Time out. You have not watched the animated series The Tick?
Not a single episode.
You need to watch it, man. It is so funny.
Yes. It is one of the funniest shows you will ever watch in your life. And actually, Kyle, I'm actually kind of considering we do like a live stream watching, because they're up for free to watch on YouTube every episode.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, okay.
We need to do a watch along with Max on like these episodes of The Tick. We have to.
That'd be fun.
Well, there is a whole series of stuff we need to watch with Max.
Yeah.
You know what is funny is that if we did that, I would become the Kyle of the show because I just shit on it the whole time. No, I'm kidding.
It's one of those shows. It's like I don't see how anyone can really shit on this. I mean, it is so damn funny. I love it even to this day. I love rewatching it because it's so funny.
It is so funny. It holds up.
I need to. I do need to check it out. Well, it seems like Drew, you got 12 issues of solid gold there, my friend. There's gold in them hills.
Gold.
And gold, Jerry. We also have the one, the only Beardo Magnifico, Aaron Sparrow, in the chat. And he says, now let me show you my sealed cases of Tick action figures. That's cool.
Wow.
That's super rad. Is the cover of Darkwing Duck #1. Aaron, would you get royalties for that? I'm not sure how that would work. You're right, MG. You know what it was? Superman, Son of Kal-El. It's the cover where he's like holding up the sign and he's like, global warming exists or whatever. Yeah, it's that one.
there's no planet B. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah. And it's like, actually, there are plenty planets in this multiverse. You dumb. Yeah. Max is not helping me get that Tick Doomface crossover happening. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll make it happen. That might be fun. Kind of fun.
He won't read it, but he'll think it's awesome.
Sure. Yeah, I'll shill if it's my friends. I'll shill for it.
Okay.
I'm kidding. Damn MVP gonna have harsh words about my favorite comedy series that no one talks about. Sam and Max. Hey, you know what? Sam and Max is also another one of Aaron's favorite shows that I've not watched either. But you know what? What's funny is I'd probably watch Sam and Max before I watch The Tick. I know it's kind of sad, but I hear both are really good.
Yeah, trust me. The Tick is just when you really know the superhero like the who they are, like the tropes, the characters, and all that. You really see you get the spoofs of them in the animated series, which is great. You get the Punisher, you get the Batman. They're great.
Oh, that's cool. So did you guys watch the live action Tick? And if you did, what did you think?
I watched the one with Putty. I thought it was okay. It wasn't great. It was okay. There was something wrong with it. I didn't like the fact that we saw his face.
Yeah,
I hated that.
It was very weird.
And I watched the one on Amazon. The first season was good. It was okay. I thought it was better than the one on Fox, but it just at the same time it was missing that thing that made this Tick special, and it's what the animated series had. And when you watch the animated series, you'll see why it's special.
Okay.
Yeah, it needs that campiness, fun quality of tongue-in-cheek humor, like we had Eli on here, and he was talking about like you see his writing and like everything that he did, and it's like you need to have that fun, weird sense of humor. And the Amazon show I liked it, but it was almost a little too serious at times. And I'm just like,
It's not the Tick.
It's not the Tick. It's like really serious, like people dying and stuff. I'm like, this isn't the Tick.
Yeah, it is. Having that translate from animated series to live action is really difficult. And I feel like that was also during the time where people were like, make it darker, make it grittier. And it's like, you don't need to, especially when you've got the blueprint. Yeah, especially when the blueprint is like, not that. So, but we have some more art that we wanted to showcase. Drew, this is for Unholy Nightmare. Where are you guys at with your campaign right now, if you don't mind me asking?
We are currently at $5,776, 132 backers.
Nice. Hell yeah.
12 days to go. But we're funded. We're good. Like my goal is to get to 9,000. That's where I want us to get to.
Fantastic. Well, I will go ahead and throw that link in the chat just in case anyone here that's watching or watching the replay, they can go check out that Kickstarter right meow and go back it if you haven't already. We've got 12 days to go. And here's some extra art that Aurelio has been working on for the book. So this is which character is this, Drew?
That is Jenny, the she-wolf. So this piece itself, this is another announcement. This piece is going to be going up as one of the free pieces of art that you are eligible to win if you back this today.
Ooh, hell yeah. Now, what about someone like this gentleman who's right here, who's backed previously? Will I still be in the raffling for this?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Okay. We're still going to be doing them all at once. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Good. Because I like this a lot. And then we also have some storyboarding. Yeah.
Oh, that's finished. Oh, it's done. Art. Okay.
Hey,
so brand new Marvel comic right here.
All right.
Yeah, these are the finished interiors for Drew's new book.
Perfect. I can almost make it out.
It's my new Marvel exclusive issue right here. Yeah, these are the finished pages. Yeah.
Yeah, people are liking what he's offering, what he's putting down.
So, awesome.
Here's some more.
Yep, got the drug deal going down. Got the recluse watching from the top, and you got the dealers dropping their cash to the suppliers. Yep.
Infiltrate the dealers, find the suppliers.
Find the suppliers. While y'all were finger popping each other's assholes.
And boom, we got some ass kicking right here. So in this page.
Yeah, now we're talking. We got some makeout scenes, maybe a little bit too.
Yes.
All right.
When people are asking the relationships, hey, we got two characters. They're getting a little close.
Now they're definitely gay, right?
Absolutely, just totally gay. Gay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you're gonna sell this book, like Tim Sheridan. Just gay.
Yeah, beat these assholes. All right.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, we got a Red Letter Media reference. Recruit more pimps, more pushers. I remember that Red Letter Media episode. Will you close the fucking doors? Gosh dang it. So was that same episode? I forget, but either way, great interiors. I'm hyped for this book, and I love getting more updates so that not only myself, but everyone in the chat and all of our viewers can see live updates as Aurelio's putting these beautiful pieces of art to the page and into our hearts. So.
Yeah, and it felt responsible because this is our first campaign, and there are a lot of campaigns out there that don't really put out that many updates. Things are being produced. They wait like months for it to get put out an update. No, these are daily, if not weekly, updates on the thumbnails, covers, and all that. So, show you guys, hey, we are working on this book.
Yeah, awesome, dude. Well, thank you again for sharing that. Thank you for showing us that. And like Drew said, if you guys want to get in on the action, go ahead and click this link right meow, and you too can potentially win this image right here, which is thick in all the right places. I'll just say that. Yeah, even with her turning into a werewolf, I'd still be like, you know what? Yeah, that's still yeah. Still looks good. Yeah. Why not? It'd be even more fierce, right? Yeah. Little hairy, but you know what? That's all right.
It's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. We don't discriminate. We don't discriminate here on this channel, except for when it comes to bad comic books. And let me tell you, there are a few this week. So let's get right into these bad Larrys. So these are the reviews for November 15th, 2023. I think Drew, Kyle, and I read about 15, upwards of maybe 20 books this week. It was quite a few. There were a lot of books to read.
Yeah, there were. I read quite a few last Friday or Saturday. Fortunately, we got most of them in, and
it's just I'm reading several.
Yes,
I'm really different about this week.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting because there were highs. There were really incredible highs, and then there were like real low lows. But nothing as bad as like a Hawk Girl or a Wonder Woman. At least, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But
nothing thoroughly pissed me off. I mean,
one did piss me off, but
okay.
But not to the extent of I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Did you guys read Detective Comics?
No. Yeah, I did. It was all right. It wasn't bad. It was good. Yeah, it's still better than the Batman series. Yeah.
Really? Wow. Well,
yeah.
Then again, that's not really saying too much. So
no.
But I will say that oh my goodness, we read Fantastic Four issue number 13 100%.
Oh my god!
For Dr. Dino Doom,
and Dinosaur 4.
Dinosaur 4? Oh yeah. I mean, I understand maybe why people like it
because it's stupid.
But what did you guys think about Fantastic Four number 13? The only thing I have down in my notes is just Dino Doom, all in caps.
I couldn't finish it. I was too.
Oh wow.
There are things that I will allow with Dr. Doom, and I can only go so far with what people push with Dr. Doom, and this one almost broke my brain. I just couldn't do it.
That's fair.
Yeah. Likewise, the fact that the thing I could speak dinosaur, and then from there on out, they were then just talking like a bunch of teenagers to each other, and I was like, I can't do this. This is fucking stupid. And there's no, it's that LOL so random. It's like, a world full of dinosaurs. Isn't this cute? And I can't do it.
The dialogue in this was rough. It was not great. Now, what you may have missed out, though, Drew, is spoilers. At the end, Dr. Doom tries to merge the two universes because he wants the dinosaur universe and our like human universe. Well, I call it a universe, but it's technically like a dimension or a reality. I'm not sure. But either way, he wants to merge the two together because him and Dino Doom are essentially the same person. And so they believe that together they can rule the universe, all universes. And so Ben Grimm begins to kind of play mind games with Ben Grimm, and his dinosaur compatriot begin to play mind games with Dr. Doom. And they're saying like, so who's going to take over Latveria? Is it going to be Dino Doom or you, Dr. Doom? And he's like, that's preposterous. Like neither one of we will both rule equally. And he's like, are you sure? And he plants that little thing of doubt. And so then Dino Doom and Dr. Doom just start fighting each other. And I was like, really? That's how Doom is going to be. He's that dim-witted that he is going to be outsmarted by one, Ben Grimm, and two, Dino Doom.
Yes.
It's like,
yes.
That is how that happens. Yes.
That tracks. So, Doom is
that
a doofus.
Tracks.
He's a total doofus.
He's a doofus.
Yeah,
which is super unfortunate. But
Yep.
Funny.
Yeah, it sure is something. I don't know.
It's a T-Rex with tiny arms. Isn't that funny? Great.
That is very LOL. So random though. That whole era of like rainbows and unicorns and pizza was like, hey, isn't it funny that dinosaurs have small arms? That was like another joke that was going on.
But we should expect nothing less from the writer of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. So there you go.
Yep.
Oh, that tracks. Yeah, that's a very good point. But no, yeah, like you both said, Kyle and Drew alluded to the fact that the dialogue here is in fact atrocious. The only thing I will say that is good, and the only reason why I would probably rate this a little higher than a 0 or a half star, it's not that bad. The art in this, except for when he draws the thing, I can't get over how he draws the thing's head is this floating jelly bean.
Floating head,
yeah. But when he does action scenes, like when he does dinosaurs fighting Avengers, it looks amazing.
No, and Ivan Coelho, we saw him. I told the story that he was at our hotel drawing in the dining area of the hotel.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
All of his pages are by hand. All of them are by hand.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. Wow. And
that's impressive.
He is an amazing artist. Ivan Coelho is a fantastic artist, and I feel so bad for him. He's just another example of a great artist being wasted on a shit script, on a shit story right now. And it's a shame.
Yeah. There was one cool panel in this that I liked. It's when they get to the dino world and actual Doom is there. And then the T-Rex version of Reed Richards is like right up to his face, and he blows that hot air out of his nose, and he's like Victor. Like you could just see like this giant ass fucking T-Rex right in his face. And I'm like, that's a cool panel. That should have been a splash page instead of a little tiny box. I'm like, that's a really cool panel. And it's like, and it's wasted. It's like, and that was it. Cause then they're all silly Billy, who gives a shit, funny, goofy, moronic.
Yeah, well, because that was the other thing too, is like, but you're totally right. That panel alone, I was like, that looks actually really, really cool. But yeah, that was the thing that I noticed, is that the dinosaurs of the Fantastic Four have the same Fantastic Four powers. So it's this T-Rex who can stretch, which would make him unstoppable. Like and then you have like a Tyrannosaurus or the Triceratops, who's like Invisible Woman. Yeah. Again, undefeatable if you have a dinosaur that can go invisible, like stuff like that, where I was just like, so the dinosaurs have the Fantastic Four powers, but the Fantastic Four don't have dinosaur power? Like, what would that? Just if
I
you
know.
think too hard,
Too much.
it makes no sense.
Yeah.
See, we have brain power, but they have mind power.
Yes, exactly.
Well, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to skip this one this week. I mean, this whole series, I'd probably. It's not like if you're looking for dumb, mindless, not very well written, fun, quote unquote, with good art, I'd say read the series. But other than that,
But who's looking for that though? Don't look for that. Go somewhere
No,
else.
it's
a bunch of Jim Lee followers.
That's what it comes across as.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah. Especially when you like read like a really good Fantastic Four story with like a lot of character development and depth and substance, and then you get this where it's like the dialogue is just atrocious, and you're like,
It's talking down to you. That's what it comes across as. Just talking down to you, talking to you like a baby talk. You know,
you know, when they first introduced the zombie universe in the Fantastic Four, when you saw both Reed Richards looking at each other, and it was like this parallel universe, and it was like, holy shit, the Ultimate Universe, and then the regular universe are merging, possibly. Like, what is it? What could this mean? And it's like there's this distress signal, and this other Reed you think is like asking for help, and hey, we can fix all your all these resources here, and then they're being duped, and there's a world full of a bunch of fucking zombies. It's like, that's interesting. That's fun. That's cool. You could have done kind of this here. Make these dinosaurs menacing, or at least something, and where it's like, holy shit, we got a planet full of fucking dinosaurs trying to kill us.
Yeah.
Like, how do we solve this? Instead, it's like, nope. Hey guys, we're here to help. Hey, cool. What are we gonna do? Let's all work together.
Heal. Yeah, it is very simple-minded, but for some people, that's it's all good. Not everything needs to be heady and weighty, and
yes, it does. Everything has to be Watchmen. Everything has to be Alan Moore.
Yeah, everything has to have commentary on social structures.
Yes, everything.
Oh my god. Okay, all right. I still will skip it though, just because I don't think it's very well written in terms of like the actual dialogue. Because like you were saying, Kyle, the Ultimate Universe stuff, like great, very well told story. This not so much. So skip it. We're on an agreement.
Yes,
yep,
please.
skip it.
Yeah, we should all go aye or something.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Eyes have it. Oh man. Next up, what do we have that's next? Oh, okay. So I didn't read Batman and
I forgot. Yeah.
I'm already out. Drew, did you want to talk about it?
I did. Look. I'm like the artist. I'm sure he's a great guy. The artist is a fucking mess. The art. I am not crazy about the art in this. It just all looks like one big massive glob trying to figure out what the hell's going on and trying to figure out what certain things are. But the story itself, I couldn't care less. It's just we got shush, and this is the big villain, and I don't care. It's just there's nothing menacing, crazy about them. I was very indifferent about this. It really feels like Josh Williamson is really stretching himself way too thin, and he really shouldn't be working on some of these projects. Case in point, this one.
Yeah, it feels like there's really nothing that he's adding to the character, or that he doesn't have a story to tell here with Batman. And yet, when you ask a writer, like, oh, if you could write Batman, like, do you have a story to tell? They would have a script ready and like pull it from their file and be like, I wrote this Batman story like years ago. Of course I have a Batman story to tell, right? But for this one, it just feels like he was assigned this. And you're right. Go ahead.
I would say yes and no, because if you follow his trends, he's a thing for introducing these lame, gay, use the term, gay and lame female characters into a lot of his books. Shush, case in point in this one, and that Moonlight, whatever the hell her name is, with Superman.
Oh yeah, that's right. Where she like showed up for the
Monica Moondragon.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
the fact that you know her name.
No, Marilyn Moonlight. Oh yeah, she's my dark pick of the week. You got to get her first appearance. She's been optioned.
No, she's like the background on your camera on your phone whenever like
yeah, she is. It's the hat.
No, that it's the hat that does it for me.
Yeah.
And I guess you're right then, Drew. I mean, like maybe he does have something to tell where he's like, I got a great pitch for you guys, and it just really goes nowhere. But I think there is a factor where it's like he's just stretched too thin. He's not giving the time and care and attention to the things that he needs to. And in terms of art, I remember last issue where it's like I like the artist, but not on Batman. Just not on this book. Like I think he would do well for more of a kids, like maybe a Super Sons or something. But like,
Yes,
even still, there's a lot going on, and it doesn't fit with this kind of darker Batman tone.
Put him on Monkey Prince or City Boy.
Hey, Shitty Boy. Yeah, that's right. You know what? Actually, I think you would actually do really well on Shitty Boy. Like it probably would boost the sales on it.
Yeah.
Oh well.
It's got a manga look to it, and that kid is some type. I'm pretty sure he's Asian.
It would at least make the book a little bit interesting, right?
Right.
Because right now it has nothing going for it. So at least
nothing.
the art would be, yeah. Drew, what are you giving this bad boy?
I'm saying skip it. It's a mess. It's only been 3 issues, but it's a mess.
Yeah. Considering Kyle and I didn't even read it, yeah, I think it says it says all you need to know.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
I forgot. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, I don't really work here.
Yeah, I don't even really work here. I wasn't even supposed to be, or I wasn't even supposed to work today.
I was supposed to be here today.
Yeah, JK says I agree. I think the art is pretty but doesn't convey meaning well. That's a great point, JK. I think it as stills, like as artwork, I think it's very well done, but as a visual storytelling medium, like you said, it doesn't convey what's happening in the story, right? I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but yeah. Green Lantern issue number 5. So in the past 4 issues, I have not been the biggest fan of. I would say I've gone from maybe even a skip it to a meh on a lot of these issues. And you guys are gonna be surprised on this one, but I really liked issue 5.
No, this was a step. This is a step in the right direction. No, I agree.
Yes, yeah.
It was very much a step in the right direction. Was it an anticlimactic ending? Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But it was still a step in the right direction. We actually had some action in this. I couldn't believe it. It was shocking.
We did get Green Lantern for once. Yeah, it was nice.
And see, that was my biggest thing, is like comparatively to issue 1 through 4, it took us 4 issues, 5 issues to actually see Hal in his suit doing Green Lantern stuff, creating constructs, and having these epic speeches where he's talking about courage and morality and strength and unity and like things that Green Lanterns talk about. I was like, hey, this is great. It's not the greatest book in the world, but it's better than what we've been getting. So I don't know. I thought it was pretty good. What else? What else did you guys?
I like the beginning of this. The funny thing is, like, we're supposed to not agree with Sinestro, but he's saying a lot of things that actually make sense.
Wait, about
like you let your children like your children are a bunch of pussies right now, and like it's like you the men are not men anymore, and it's like you can't find it. You can't even lift a finger to help anybody out anymore. You're all weak. It's like, yeah, that's kind of true. And he makes a lot of good points.
You're kind of like, oh, yeah, this is interesting. Why am I?
I was just like, all right, everybody, let's at least let's hear him out.
What do the kids say? Let him cook. Let him cook.
Yep, let him cook.
Let him cook. Imagine Hal just being like, well, let's let him cook, right?
Yeah.
No, but and I think that is what Sinestro in this issue is trying to feed off of. He is trying to like conjure more of that fear so it can kind of turn his ring back on, power his ring up so that he can leave this planet, because he's like, you people are worthless. You're no good to me. You people are, swine compared to Sinestro, right? And so yeah, it is a pretty interesting dialogue that he has at the beginning of the book.
But seeing him in a control room with the shark, I'm just like, this is kind of stupid. Like, it looks really stupid, but he has no power. Like, I get it, but like, can you do something else? Like, can you have him somewhere else?
Right. And that is the kind of tough thing. It's like, how do we depower Sinestro but still make him menacing and a viable threat, right?
Yeah.
So he's able to kind of commandeer these jets where they're kind of creating havoc all over the world. And Hal has to figure out a way to create these constructs to attack two different jets at one time to stop them from causing, death and destruction. And how he does it, I thought was kind of cool. Like, both constructs are awesome. I like them a lot.
These are the AI bots that are controlling these that no human pilot has beaten.
Yes,
and so that's when
right.
Hal's like, yeah, we'll see. Haven't fought me yet. Let's go. It's like, hell yeah. It's like, okay. He's not whimpering in the corner saying, here, you take my ring. I'm not good enough.
Like, that first issue where he's like drinking beer on the top of his van, and he's like, what am I doing anymore?
I'm worthless.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, come on. So yeah, we actually get like a noble, Green Lantern. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go do some stuff. But yeah, no, I think that scene of him kind of stopping those two AI jets was pretty fun, and I enjoyed it. So I surprisingly, I gotta give this a recommend. Like I said, it's not the best Green Lantern book in the world, but hey, we actually get a semblance of Green Lantern. So I would probably recommend this. But what about you guys?
Yeah, I'll say the same for me. It's a recommend. Yeah, low recommend, but it's a recommend.
Yeah, it's the lowest of recommends for me. But it's
the
lowest of recommends for me. But there is still some fun to be had, and base Sinestro is awesome. So,
hey, you know what? I will say, base Sinestro.
There you go. See,
he was a Green Lantern at one point, so it's not like he's unintelligent. He's probably actually more intelligent than a lot of the other Lantern Corps.
Yeah, well, for sure.
And how the book ends, I know it's kind of anticlimactic, but seeing now what he could potentially do with this new Spectrum, I don't know.
We'll see.
I don't know.
White power, right?
I mean, the white power ring.
The white power ring. Yeah. Easy.
Don't get my channel taken down.
Wow.
But yes, no, I think it's even if it is a lowest of recommends, we still gotta give it a recommend.
Of our final judge, thumbs up, average.
Thumbs up, average Joes. I think we're gonna skip Thor. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I didn't even read it.
Yeah, didn't even touch it.
I tried.
Daredevil number 3, though. So first, right off the bat, I just want to say Marvel in 2023 has not been known for its artwork. However, in this issue, and I think a couple other issues that came out from Marvel this week, they must have just been on their A game or given them like an extra month to finish this issue or something. Because the way Daredevil is illustrated in a lot of these fight scenes, I was legitimately looking up original. I was trying to find the artists and some of the original pages.
We've seen this artist before, Max. We've seen it before. The Venom Lethal series.
I knew it. I knew. What's his name? Here, let me pull it up. I gotta give this guy props. Yeah, Farid Karami. Dude, your artwork is like next level. And even if it's in its infancy, like even if he's a young guy, it's going to be something great. Like, it's already very well done, but this is like some of Daredevil's shots here makes him look badass and menacing, and I love it. Story, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
This issue.
Yeah. Again, like you said, the art is great. It's fantastic. I mean, I was sold by the art. After a while, I stopped reading it, and I just wanted to look at the art. So
yeah.
It just came to the point where I really don't care anymore about his whimpering. But like, it's a slow burn at first. I'm like, it takes a while for it to get going, and again, like we said before, I wish he wasn't Daredevil yet. I wish he wasn't in the costume yet. Like,
even at issue 3, you're thinking probably like issue 4 or 5.
Yeah, like especially how this one ends with, the reveal of who is kind of there, it's like,
yeah,
this, Drew and I were talking about this earlier about how different ways you could write this and play it to make it hit even harder. I think you could make it a little more impactful. I just think it's.
Yeah, I mean, we talked. I mean, I've mentioned it. I'll say it before, and I'll say it again. I think it was an incredible mistake to put Matt back in the costume so soon, and I agree. It's kind of like he should not even pick up this costume until issue 5 or 6, when he gets his butt after he gets his butt kicked by this villain. Eventually, it has to put the costume back on. But I really feel like there should be more of an inner struggle between him, Matt the Priest, and Matt becoming Daredevil. It was too easy in the first several issues. He just became Daredevil again. Yep, I'm Daredevil. Wait, what? It doesn't work that way.
Already,
you're retired and everything. You've been Daredevil for who knows how long. It doesn't make sense to me. But it's missing one or two small things, and it's almost there story wise. But the art is fantastic.
It is. But the fact that he's sneaking around, has a cell phone vibrate, and then he has to say read message. Disregard everybody.
Yeah. Hold on a sec, guys. I'm getting a page.
Hold on.
I'm getting
because I can't read it, obviously. So
yeah.
It's like,
say it out loud for me. That was kind of also like how, well, similarly in the Daredevil Ben Affleck one, where he's like looking at through his money, and he always has like certain bills, certain places. So like they have to do something with the blindness, right? But the story is really mid, but because it's kind of new and there is a new aspect to this. I do have to commend the writer for at least introducing a new concept that doesn't destroy the character or like harm the character of Daredevil, and actually like gives him more depth. But like you guys said, I think it can still be written in a better way to where we could have even seen more of that depth and seen more of that struggle between, like you said, Matt the Priest and Matt Daredevil. So I commend the different take, because at least it's not, I think for a lot of writers, their new take on the character is like, what if we strip Batman of all his money and all his power and all his family and all his mansion and Alfred? And it's like, that's not a take, dude. That's not the character then, right? But he's still staying true to Matt's faith, Matt's like care for other people, especially like kids and innocence. So I think Matt still has his core character there, but it's just, I don't know. Like you said, there's something missing in the story that's really not propelling it forward.
They're not. I'll say the writer isn't fully committed to Matt being the priest. That's what I get the feeling. I want to continue. He doesn't really want to focus on telling that story, which is a shame, because we really should be getting that, because we haven't really gotten that in the past of him being a priest. It's like, let's explore that more, But it is what it is.
Yeah, I think it's somebody not comfortable with that or knows necessarily how to write a priest character or anything. Sure. I mean, it just feels like, all right, sure, fine. I'll go ahead and get this out of the way. Like, you're being investigated. The kids are going to be screwed. You better get your life together. And then he's like, okay, off to go fight these bad guys.
Yeah. Kyle, would you say that you would recommend this?
I'd give it a meh.
Okay.
It's a meh.
Yeah, I don't know. Drew, what do you think as well?
Oh man, I really have been going back and forth on this guy for all week. Is it a recommend? Is it a meh? Because I really, because okay, you know what? I'll give it a meh, because Fareed Karami's art isn't in the whole book. It's only for like part of it. Shows.
Oh no.
You're roboting.
Yeah,
oh
Drew's
shit! Am I back? Hold on a second.
Mr. Roboto.
Am I back?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. Back
for now.
Yeah, for now.
You're back in black.
Yeah. For now. But I'm going to give it a meh, because Fareed Karami's art isn't in the whole book. It's only for part of it when it shows up, and it just shows up out of nowhere. It's like, wait a minute, did the art just get badass all of a sudden? And
yes, it does.
So I'm going to give it a meh because of that. If Fareed's art had been in the whole book, I would probably be more inclined to give it a recommend. But because it only shows up for part of it, I got to give it a meh.
No, that's totally fair. I I think I was feeling very generous this week because I was thinking about giving this a recommend solely on art alone. I think knowing that this is the Fareed that we know from Venom Lethal Protector 2, and putting those two things together and seeing Daredevil in this way that I haven't seen him in a long time look this great in these action scenes, right? Like you get a perspective shot where his like foot is kicking a dude's face and it's like right towards the camera, right? It's like the perspective on these and like how things are he's a director. Like you are creating shots in a comic book. So I love what he does, but yeah, the story's just not there for me yet, man. It's so it's gonna be a meh for me, dog. Because yeah, it's just like you said, if Fareed needs to be on the cover. Come on, let's be real. We love JRJR, but like
hey, JRJR is a legend. All right, take it easy.
He is. Let's see him on Punisher when he was like creating God's work, and then now I don't know what he's doing, but
I don't know.
Meh. Overall, a meh. We do have. I want to. So MG says. That cover's fucking awful.
Hey, it's at least Daredevil not in the rain on a gargoyle.
I don't know why you take offense to that. I like Daredevil in the rain. I mean, it's like Batman in the rain on a gargoyle. I guarantee you that Jim Lee cover you got is Batman on a gargoyle.
Not in the rain. That was the first time. Thank you. All right.
We also have Kaiser Jose. What's up, nerds? Talk about big game already. We got to tease you guys. We can't talk about it. Can't blow our load this early in the stream.
I can't bash the shit out of that book already. I got to give it time.
Yeah, we gotta let the saltiness build up in the pile. We gotta
let it boil.
Yeah, there you go. Like a nice crock pot.
Yeah.
We've got big game in the crock pot, and we're just speaking of just letting fury and hatred boil. Holy shit. Okay.
Man.
Ghost Rider issue number 20. Now, if you guys have been following our live streams for the past few months, I think initially you guys had told me about this book and saying like, yeah, you know, we read this. And so I was interested in it, but there was really nothing of substance. But then we started seeing this girl with the dragon tattoo character, as you guys so lovingly called her. Come to find out, yeah, right. Come to find out, Talia, who is now she just is Ghost Rider.
Yep.
She's just taken over this entire series. Yep. As much as as much as people might think that we are being, like we're joking about this or that we're being facetious or anything. This was last month's cover. Literally dragging him behind.
Oh god.
This was the month before that's cover where he is handing the mantle over to her.
Nope.
And this is this month's cover where she is literally just killing him or taking his power, cucking him.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. This book was not only written very poorly, but Talia must be one of the most awful, insufferable characters I think I've ever read.
Yes. She is one of those. You know, I was watching a Netflix documentary about some a murder that took place in like Virginia in like the 80s. And it was this college couple, and like one of the girl that comes from like an affluent family, but like she was super goth, cut her hair short, was into drugs. She thinks she's super intelligent because she read Macbeth her freshman fucking year in college, and she thinks she knows everything like every freshman does. And it's like, that's her. This fucking bitch like went to college for 1 year, took one English lit class, and like read one book and is like, I know the world, and you're all fucking stupid and you don't know shit. And it's just like, you're fucking insufferable and you're a dipshit. And the fact is that you think you're smart. That's even worse.
That's the worst part. She's like one of those cringy Reddit posters. It's like, I'm an atheist because like I know, like I'm way too smart to be one of those dumb like people who believe in something. She's like, and I forgot to mention, she narrates this book.
Oh,
so
yeah.
the title of Ghost Rider is on this comic, but she's narrating. So like normally a main character of a book will have his thought or the captions, at the top of the or thought bubbles and stuff like that. Nope. We don't hear from Johnny at all. It's all Talia. It's like,
It's all her, and it turns into, hey, I got an idea. Let's fucking make a moon baby.
oh my god.
I was like, what the hell is even that?
What the hell is even that? What nonsense. So you can't, and like what's funny is like you just said those words and I can't dispute a thing you just said because that actually happens in the book.
Literally, that's a solid like 3 pages of this book.
So I wish I could okay, so to give context, Talia and Ghost Rider are trying to get into this like school for children that are being like captured to become like a cult, like to become cult members, right?
Yep.
And so in order to get into this castle or this school that they've built, there's a blood wall or there's like a like some sort of I forget what they called it, but it's like
some type of stupid barrier like in
like
Ghostbusters 2 with the
it's like a
museum.
force field or something, right? It's like a blood force field. And so they can't get through. So Talia's like, I know exactly what we need to do.
Because of course I do.
Because of course I do. So she strips and tells Ghost Rider to do the same. And she's like, you'll be the sun and I will be the moon. And when two things come together, we create a moon baby.
Like, what?
Like, what am I reading?
I thought at first he had burned Talia because the body that was like laying there was like this burned, charred thing. And I was like, oh my God, did like Ghost Rider, because he turns into Ghost Rider. Johnny turns into Ghost Rider
when he's
while they're when he's so like he's like kind of flame on right when he comes, right? And he so I thought that he burned her.
I did too. I'm like, holy shit, he killed her. Thank God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Woo! I was like, oh my God, the book finally got better.
Yeah.
He literally fucked her to death.
Yes.
And no, it turns out that it's a moon baby that they have birthed because of their union. And instead of like Talia being like a motherly, oh, look at our moon baby, like look at what we've created, she's like, fuck this thing.
Yeah. Don't fucking touch it, you jackass.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's
get moving. And he's like,
don't be sentimental.
Yeah, but he's so adorable and cute, and we got to take care of it. She's like, fuck off. It's like
Johnny literally at one point, I forget the actual text, but it was to the effect of, normally when I have sex, when we create life, it's normally in the terms of like love and affection towards each other. And she's like, don't give me that fucking sentimental bullshit. Like she is the most awful person you could ever think of. Yes. It's pretty pathetic.
Yes, it is.
And he just sims for her the entire book.
Oh, he loved it.
He loves it, man.
And in anyone that thinks that she will not be the next Ghost Rider in the next series, you have another thing coming. I've got some magic beans and a well-written Mark Russell comic for you too. If you don't think that's going to happen, trust me, it's happening.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she says one of the most horrible things that I think I've ever heard a character utter in a comic book when she says to Johnny after this, she says, it's always cruel and reckless to make a child.
Yes, I remember that.
Oh, yeah, always.
She fucking said it's always. Now, granted, you can make that excuse that this character is broken and beaten and she had a guy manipulate her whole life and screw with her. Okay, but if she's going to be our heroine and our hero and she says it's always something where you're speaking in absolutes, it's always cruel and reckless to have a baby, fuck you, you piece of shit. Like, I will never be on your side. Ever.
And even like you said, even if they're trying to make her like edgy or they're trying to like make this character like, because if she is going to be our hero in this next Ghost Rider series, we at least need to have something to relate to her, right? But if she is just completely what's the word I'm looking for? Like unredeemable?
Yeah.
Irredeemable.
She's irredeemable.
Irredeemable? Why would we care about her? She's a villain in this book. And people would say, oh yeah, like it's because that one cult guy like brainwashed her and he like messed her up, man. Like he killed her parents and he did all this stuff. So of course she's gonna be like cold-hearted.
No, that's an excuse. That's a bullshit excuse.
Yes,
You mean to tell me this
bullshit,
person
man.
couldn't have moved on from that, couldn't have improved upon themselves, but they still using that as a crutch to not get better? No.
Yeah, and because it continues. When you have Johnny say, "Do you really believe that?" and she says, "Yeah, I do. Look around. This world is one big shit horror show. Being born is a form of punishment. Raising a child is a kind of torture."
Bro, she
triples down on that way of thought. It's like, fuck you. I can't. It's like, no, I'm done.
And Johnny just goes along. He's like, oh, well, I'll take care of the moon baby. It's okay.
Okay. I mean, I see it differently, but I respect you because you're a woman.
Please talk. Please keep talking to me.
Yeah.
I like you.
He constantly gets his validation from her. If you notice, he has no agency because all of his lines are like questions. So he like one of them is like, where are we? Or what are we doing here? It's like it's always very like, I just don't know anything. You're gonna have to tell me what to do. It's so pathetic. And then finally, once they make this moon baby kid, her words speak for themselves because then she goes, yeah, this creation that we've made, this thing that I have that I've said like doesn't matter and like, you know, is always a bad thing. We're going to force this little moon baby thing to go through the barrier for us. And we're going to sacrifice this thing to go into the school. Like, I don't care about this thing. Really? I was, my jaw was on the floor this entire book. Just like, I can't believe that this is actually like that people read this and like this. Like people like this book.
People love it.
I really truly think that people are, how should I say this? They're not thinking critically when they read this. They may be looking at the words, but they're not analyzing the words. They're not really thinking about what they're reading right now.
Maybe, but even if you don't look at the words and you go, okay, they just had sex. All right, there's a moon baby. All right, so the moon baby is going to walk through the portal transferable blood force field. Okay, that makes sense. Like even if you're like, despite Talia's awful dialogue and her insufferable tone and condescending nature, the story just is awful. It makes no sense. It's so dumb and pathetic. I've never seen Ben Percy write something this awful. Like, he's done good stuff before, and this was the worst thing I think he's ever written.
I think it just shows he's more interested in telling her story than Johnny Blaze or Danny Ketch or anything to do with Ghost Rider. He's more interested in her.
Apparently, man, but because they know they can't sell a title that says "Girl with the Dragon Tattoo Talia," issue number 1, no one's going to buy that, so they have to put it in Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
So,
woman who hates kids, number 1.
One woman who literally despises existence of life,
anything and everything.
Yep, and that giving birth and having children, raising a family or any type of nurturing nature at all is always a bad thing.
Yep.
And remember this: she's an FBI agent. She got past all the FBI screenings. She passed an FBI background test. You want to talk about
because she's perfect.
Yeah. Oh, yes, right. She is perfect. I forgot. Yeah.
Yep.
So we forgot. Dang it, we forgot about that. How could we forget when the book continually reminds us that she's perfect? I am so thankful that I get to use our new clip for this book, because this book deserves a rip. So do you guys have anything else to say before we kind of move on to our next one? I was, not only is the story bad, the dialogue is terrible, the character of Talia is insufferable, and Johnny Blaze has no agency in the story whatsoever. It's not Ghost Rider. I don't know what this was, but it's a total rip it. What did you guys think?
Yeah,
Overall.
I hate this comic. I hate it.
Yes, this is somebody who clearly hates kids, doesn't see the need in any human at all around them, clearly. And we're supposed to be rooting for this person. I have no sympathy for anybody like this. Fuck this book. Fuck this writer. Fuck this character. Fuck everything about this book now. Like, irredeemable.
Yeah. And that is what is so shocking, is that I'm truly under the thought that Ben Percy is like trying to get us to like this character somehow. And that is beyond me. I don't understand how people like this Talia.
You can't. You can't. And we can keep going. She continued, like, she keeps going.
Those are just a few panels on that
was just
one
a few
page.
panels. She keeps going. They keep having conversations about this, and it's just belittling everything, like telling, Johnny, like, you just gave it power. I give it guidance. Like, it's like,
Johnny, I just used you for your jizz. Like,
yeah,
that's all I needed.
It's a means to an end.
Right.
For me to sacrifice this child, which you could read it any kind of way you want to, but it's just like, you're not very subtle. So fuck this book. It needs to be ripped.
She's a clear villain, and this book needs to be ripped.
Yep.
Hit it, baby.
Rip it!
Yeah. Our new segment. Whenever we have a book that bad that you
was that you? That looked like you. Was that you?
You know what? It wasn't actually. He's also in an army uniform, but we did
Close
have
enough.
Riffits.
It's all army, right? It's all army. You're all military.
Apparently, in Tom King's Wonder Woman #2, they're all just army. Everyone's just army.
You're all military army generals.
General potato salad.
Yep.
I'll show it one more time because it's definitely not me, but it's a guy that I found who was on post, and he was like, I need to rip it. And it's the energy drink that you get in country, so he rips it.
Rip it!
I just like the metal music in the back. Just like
so badass.
Rip it. Yeah. God. The only reason why I would want to buy that book is to rip it, but then I know the money is going to Marvel and that whole group. So. Oh man. Oh, and not to mention, I read some of the comments on here, and it's just like Moon Baby is the best. Oh my god, I love that they shipped Johnny and what's her name, because I love Moon Baby. What? This book never takes enough advantage of how much Johnny gets naked in it. Oh my god.
Wow.
4 stars.
Imagine a guy saying that about a female character.
Yeah. Imagine if I said how much Talia gets naked.
Yeah, I want to see more of that.
Right. Actually, what if I just made the same exact comment and just changed to Talia?
Yeah.
I think I would get banned though. I don't think I would.
That's a good experiment though.
Yeah.
Do I
take a screenshot of this though? And if they try to, be like look at this.
Maybe. I don't know. Chat, what do you guys think I should do? Should we go that hard in the paint just for an experiment?
that petty? I would do that.
Maybe
I'm that petty.
You should do it with your profile. You should create a profile and see if it.
I should create a profile. This
book never takes enough advantage of how much Talia gets naked.
Gets naked in it. Yeah.
4 stars. This one is every star in this review is for the Moon Child.
Oh my god.
The next volume that's being teased better be about Talia and Johnny raising it as an adorable alien rock humanoid rider.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck? You're not real.
These people have like mental problems, man.
A lot of mental problems.
Yeah.
Uh,
I did not have issue centered around Johnny and his goth girlfriend giving birth to homunculus baby on my bingo card, but here we are. 4 stars.
why does that equate to 4 stars?
Yeah, why do these reviews talk nothing about the story or the plot or the characters or the art or like literally anything other than fucking Moon Baby?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Dumb.
Are retarded.
Dumb. Yeah. Well, after the show, you guys will have to remind me, and I'll see if I'll make that comment. MG says do it, but he says I'll probably get banned.
Yeah.
Nikkei says nah. I don't know.
I might
Make
do
an
it.
alt. Curzon says make an alt account. Maybe.
Mm.
Garth, it may be bots, but like League isn't a definitive website, right? It's probably the biggest site of where people tend to get their books from. But like, I don't know, would someone have that much time on their hands to create bots that would say this dumb stuff?
I hope not.
I
really
know.
hope not.
I don't know.
It's awful.
Just wait till this hits dollar bins. Yeah, no one wants that. Like, no actual comic book reader wants this, right?
No Ghost Rider fan, no any fan of anything.
No, these are people. I mean, these are adult children right here, and just baby brain adult children, and just have no inkling of how the real world relationships adults work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a damaged collective, and it could be the same people from Twitter. That's a very good point. I know all their mods tend to be that, but
sounds about right.
Which is so unfortunate because like this is really the only site where like they have every like I said, this is the definitive site that releases every book that comes out that week. They just need to take the reviews off of these things, man, because this is misleading. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about Experiment. Let's do this. Blade number 5, trash book. I think we can all agree it was awful.
I was bored to tears reading this fucking book.
Yeah.
I got to the end of it. I'm like, really? This is the end of it? This is the end of this damn issue? Nothing happens. Yeah.
Long walk for a short drink of water.
Yeah.
So this is a 93%, right? So let me go to X-Men. I think it's 250. Uncanny X-Men 250. Was this it? So for example, in one of these random X-Men books, and I forget if it was 250 or 300 or something like that, the people that rate these older books give them worse ratings than modern books in like Blade. And like I guarantee you, yeah, it's really bad. And I'm gonna find the book. I forget which one it is, because I remember reading it pretty recently. It was like a giant size annual, or maybe not an annual, but it was just a giant size anniversary issue or something like that. But they gave it like a 90 or a 94, and these books are getting hundreds and 98s and stuff. And I'm just like, dude, this is pathetic. So,
oh my god,
I'll try and find the book. But yeah, Blade issue number 5. It's sad because when I first read Blade issue number 1, I must have been feeling really forgiving on that day because I was like, yeah, it's not bad. It's all right. You know, it's okay. But now that I'm on Blade issue 5, this is bad. Like, this isn't even meh material. It's like full on skip it. Like, do not buy it.
Correct. This book was awful. I struggled. I fell asleep reading this book.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it.
The entire like first few pages, they skip over the fight between Blade and the villain. And so to me, it made it seem like the writers and artists were just being lazy, which already I was like, okay, that sucks.
That's fair. And it's like, why is Doctor Strange in this fucking book?
He's also in the Ghost Rider book.
Yeah, it's like he does it. It's like, why is he here? Blade can handle his own book if you do it well. If you know how to write Blade, he doesn't need Doctor Strange in here fucking around. It's like, stop doing this.
And plus, if they wrote Blade better, like you said, his charisma alone could carry a book. But in this one, he's got no weapons, no backup plan, no plan at all. When he goes to fight the villain, like the second time,
Yeah.
when he like orders Doctor Strange, they make him like a petty bitch because like he's ordering Doctor Strange to tell him or to send him to the villain's lair, and he's like, "Oops, I dropped something. Wouldn't want to break anything else in your lair, would I, Doctor Strange?" And he's like, "Really? Did you just break my expensive vase?" And he's like, "Yeah, and I'll break something else if you don't take me to her." And I was like, "That's not Blade. This is some petty, bitch made nonsense."
Yeah.
But yeah, it was it really like doesn't deserve a ton of time to talk about it because now that we're in like issue 5, 6, 7, 8, if you haven't read the previous issues, this is going to make no sense, especially because he has like Lucifer's blade and people are going to be like, okay, yeah, no, I'm checked out. I don't know.
It's like, no, I don't care. I care even less. It's like, yep.
Oh, but how about that ending though? He gets with Dracula.
Oh yeah.
So
Are they
he's
gonna
like,
team
hey,
up?
Oh,
so he's like, hey, Dracula,
Oh,
do you want to help me fight this evil woman?
yeah. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy, friend.
Enemy, my frenemy.
Yeah,
my
it's my
frenemy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is actually a tie-in to the What If issue that we were reading, which is so funny
Yes.
because I was like, wait, is Blade gonna have Dracula bite him?
Yeah.
the What
And
If
become a
issue?
vampire? Ooh, what if Blade
And
becomes
then
a
it's like,
vampire?
yeah, what if Blade is a vampire, guys? It's like,
Ooh.
wait a second.
Oh
This
my
just got
God.
interesting. It's got really interesting. I think I'm back on.
Blade.
I'm back on.
Wait, so you're telling me Blade is a vampire? Ah,
Yeah.
man. I don't think they'll go for it, guys. I don't know about that.
It's a little-
We're all leading to that big vampire event next year in the Avengers. So this can be the first step toward that. We'll see.
First step.
Yeah. Vampire Island. What is it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, all the action in this book was off panel or it was like described. It was bad. It was unfortunately
It's implied violence. All right. That's just as good.
Words are violence.
It's so much better when you
Kyle,
tell it and don't show it.
Yeah.
yeah, right.
That's what I want out of a Blade book.
Right. So apparently, yeah, this was violence. No, I'm definitely going to give this a skip it. It doesn't really deserve too much time other than that. But
Correct.
yeah, I don't know if you guys think any differently, but that's kind of
Skip it.
skip it. Nice.
Come on, everybody, skip it!
Garth asks, "Who's writing the Blade book? Because it sounds so bad and soft as fuck. Blade would never do something like that." Yes. Who is writing this Blade book? Brian Hill.
Chat GPT.
Chat GPT. Brian Hill's Chat GPT on his laptop. There you
Yeah.
go. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Made up name. Made up picture.
Hello, I am definitely John Smith. Gay Walker. I would read that. That would be pretty funny.
He's a streetwalker.
Yeah, Blade, Gay Walker. He's a streetwalker, and then he like gets the gay men in, and then he bites him, and he's like,
Right.
"Ah, gotcha."
And like, Pride Month is his time to like go out and on the prowl and hunt.
Ooh,
Got a whole month.
Yeah. Oh, they've got more than a month, dude. I don't know. We'll have to ask Josh, but he'll tell us how many months and years they have. So
all of them.
All of them, because I think. I thought this was interesting. We need more people giving honest reviews on the site. See, and I agree, Fear. It's really difficult when I know that it will most likely either be one, taken off the site, two, it'll just be pushed to the bottom of the reviews, or three, everyone that is probably reading those reviews aren't coming there for my review, right? They're coming for validation of the book that they're trying to read. So
yep,
it would be a good voice to kind of add some differentiation into the mix of shills that are just saying, "Oh, this book is great," but at the same time, I think they're just there for validation. Because as you say, as we saw in the Ghostwriter book, no one's actually there to discuss the actual plot or character or story. Like they don't care, right?
They don't, yeah, because they can't, because they have the mind of a 5-year-old, and
or they just are 5-year-olds. I'm not sure.
It's like, and that's what we say. It's like when we go hard in the paint on books, when we trash the shit out of a book that is absolutely trash, like Ghostwriter, when we say it is fucking stupid and everything about it is awful, and it is, and it's ill intent, and it's just absolute horrible meanness towards everybody and anybody.
Yeah.
And it's like, so when we go that hard in on a book, but yet when we turn around and see a book and we're like, this book is fucking awesome. Everything about it is great. The paneling is fantastic. The story is great. And this is why it's great. That weighs so much more than when everyone just comes out and says, well, you guys just hate on everything. You guys just hate every book. You hate all this shit. It's like, yeah, that's fine. We do. But the books that we like, that means something. That means a hell of a lot more than a book that we say sucks.
Oh, dude, absolutely. Because then that means that with how harsh we are on those bad books, means that we have that same harsh criticism on these good books.
Right.
And so, like we were, I was just about to show off this one, and this is a series that could be potentially something really great that's coming up in the ranks of some of these like trash Marvel books. But I think also to your point, Kyle, I would say that even though a lot of people say like, oh, well, you guys just hate on everything or whatever. The reason why I think we tend to hate on things, especially me with Ghostwriter, with that Ghostwriter book, is because I know how great Ghostwriter can be, right? Like we know the potential of these heroes. Like we know how great they could be potentially at their best.
And have been in the past.
Yes. Oh yeah. It's not impossible, right?
Yeah.
It's not like this hasn't been written before or that the character has been seen in a really great heroic light. So we know that it can be done. But it's just not. And so that's why we get so upset, because we're like, it's either destroying the character or destroying the story or the book. And because we are such big fans, that's why we have such passionate opinions. So I think it's a worth noting.
It is 100%. And spine tingling. This book is fucking great. This thing is flying under the radar. I guarantee you nobody's reading it, cares about it, know it exists. And they should. And I don't know why Marvel does that on purpose, but it's like they feel like, hey, this is going to be good. Let's not talk about it or tell anybody to pick it up and read it.
I saw zero promotion from this.
Nothing. You wouldn't even know it existed. You're like, what is this piece of shit? It's like, no, this book is actually really good.
Yeah, I had to have my own co-host tell me about this book, and we do this every week. Like I think it was you or Drew who's like,
Drew,
dude, did you read Spine Tingling Spider-Man? And I was like, no, what the hell is that? I didn't even know it existed. So
yeah, another Spider-Man book, great. Spine Tingling, oh, fun, creepy. It's like, oh, scary cover. It's like, no, it's actually pretty fucked up. It's pretty creepy, and it's awesome.
Oh, here, I'm gonna let you talk about it for a little bit, because I know that you guys have really been liking this, and I love. This was another great issue. I'm gonna make myself some coffee, so I will be right back.
Yeah. So, did you like this as much as issue 1?
I liked it more than issue 1.
I
thought it's better than issue 1. I like, once again, art is terrific. I love that mystery, and I really love where it's going toward by the end of this. But yeah, the art in this is just so damn good. The pacing is incredible in this. This is an amazing superhero horror story, and it's amazing. It's written by what's his name, who did Daredevil this week.
Yes,
Saladin Ahmed. I couldn't believe it. He managed to tell 1.5 good comics this week.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, I really the art in this. That conductor ticket taker thing is the stuff of nightmares. Like that's your character right there. That thing is creepy. And when he comes across the girl in this on the train and like all of it, it's like it's just so kinetic and fast paced. Like I can hear all of the panels. Like I can hear all of this, and like I can see it. It's just it works so well as horror, and it's so great when you take Peter Parker or Spider-Man out of us and put them in certain situations you're not used to seeing them in, specifically this horror book. It's like, man, this is really badass. And I don't know how many issues. Is this like a 6-issue? Is this like a mini?
I'm willing to bet you it's going to be like a 6-issue miniseries. Because it really feels like there's going to be a finality to this. There will be a final, like an endpoint to this. And but I hope it's not anytime soon because I'm enjoying this adventure, this wild ride we're on.
Yeah, it's so like wait, when you see J. Jonah Jameson and where he's at in this, it just goes from one fucked up scenario to another. I'm just like, holy shit, what is going on here?
So I don't want to pull us back to the beginning of the book because I know that you guys were talking about that conductor ticket guy. Dude, that imagery is so good. The art in that is fantastic. You get that big page of just his face, and you're like, oh my god, his like teeth are all crooked and like, oh, I loved it. And then Peter meets a young girl on this like nightmare train, right?
Yeah.
And she just goes, I'm not going to say anything, but when she goes under and you're like, oh, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
And then he walks into the freezer and you like see what's hanging in the freezer and you're like, this is no longer a kiddie Spider-Man book, right? Like this is Spider-Man is in a legitimate hellish nightmare.
Just a spiral down, and it just gets creepier. And the thing is, when you turn the page, you have no idea where it's going. You think you do.
Exactly.
You can make decisions, but it's like, well, I didn't expect to see that or that or that.
Yeah.
It's just one fucked up scenario after another. It's so fast paced. Like I read this so fast. I'm just like, this thing is so exciting. I want to keep reading it. And it was just over too soon. I was like, damn it, I want more.
That is something I noticed, and actually something I had in my notes, is that a lot of these books felt long this week in terms of like, I had to take a break or I had to go for a walk and then I'd come back and finish it. But like Spider-Man, I was like just page turning, right? And then by the time I got to the end, I was like, oh, what? No, there's no more. Like come on. Which is a great feeling to have. It's a bad feeling, but it's a good feeling because the writer is doing something very excellent where the pacing is just it's just page turning, right? It's so great.
Right. Yeah, it's great. Art is fantastic. Can't express it enough. The art is so good.
Art is really great, really creepy. I love the aesthetic of the house that he walks into after he gets into this train or after he gets off the train. And I think the art and the writer both do something that's really cool, which is put you into this hellish nightmare, but it makes you question yourself. Like even I was reading the book and going like, am I reading this? Like, how am I seeing? What is Peter seeing? Right? Because the other thing that you notice is like once he sees J. Jonah Jameson and MJ and Aunt May, they know who he is. But when he went to that alternate reality, they didn't know who he was. He had lost his identity, right?
Yep.
So like, I don't know. I'm constantly questioning like, where is he? What is happening? But they're good questions to have, I guess. Do you guys think that he's in a nightmare? Like, is this going to end up where he's like, oh, I've just been sleeping the whole time? Or like, what do you guys think it's going on here?
Yeah, it's possible. Or something, or another figure, but that he won't. So he's not going to just say like, "Oh, it's all just a dream." I'm willing to bet you it will not be that.
I hope not.
Same here. And I couldn't help but notice the house he goes into looks exactly like Norman Bates' house in Psycho. But
it does.
It could be Mysterio. It could be Mysterio setting this all up. See what happens.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards Mysterio.
Oh, there you
go with him. Yeah,
He did. Someone did text him in issue 1 and say, if you want your life back, right, you have to do, or what did it say? It said something to that effect, right?
Yeah, something like that. It was a threat.
Yeah. No, I'm thoroughly enjoying this Spider-Man book, which is rare because not a lot of the Spider-Man books that are coming out are great. But this one truly, on every level, art, story, concept, character, nails it.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Sweet. Well, I think we can unanimously say we can recommend this bad boy.
Yep.
I want to give a huge thank you to Garth Whitley. He says, just want to thank you guys for everything you do and go through reading this nonsense. Thank you, MVP. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Drew. May you all have many wonderful years of prosperity. Well, Garth, dude, thank you, brother. We greatly appreciate that. As much as there are times that at least I'll speak for myself. I love reading comics. And so the fact that I get the opportunity to talk about this with other guys who love comics as much as I do, I am blessed beyond reason, right? But even when we read shit, it is so much fun to laugh at it and like roast it. There's something therapeutic about it. So though there are days where I'm like, this book is so mean-spirited and awful, when we get to roast it, it makes me feel better. So as much as that sounds terrible, there is still fun to be had when we do these videos. And there is really good stuff out there that we find. And so I love talking about it with these guys as well. So, but thank you, Garth, for watching and supporting. You know, we love the fact that you guys get to interact with us. So that's awesome.
Yeah. Party on, Garth.
Party on, Wayne. Wee, 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 wee. Well, it is coming to that time of the year where the holiday season approaches us. I already have my Christmas decorations up, which I know is sacrilege to these
you're wrong.
two gentlemen.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong that you guys think it's sacrilege. Well, I agree. I think it should be great. It's
take
holy...
that shit down. That's a holiday you're missing.
Party on, guys. Yeah, thank you. What is the Deviant? Well, JK.
This is the book of the year.
God damn it!
Showing.
Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this again. I said before. I'll say it again. James Tiny Onion is the most overrated hack in the industry.
Ooh,
he absolutely 100% is. And anyone who thinks he's the best writer in the industry, you are smoking some serious crack. You're sniffing glue, and I got some magic beans for you as well. You know, if you believe that, it's just bullshit. This comic is total bullshit. His comics are bullshit. I fell asleep. I fell asleep reading this on page 3. I was out like a light, and
so
I'm like, oh shit! I fell asleep reading this literally. And I started reading it again. I fell asleep again on page 5. This comic, everything he touches is fucking boring. I don't understand the love people have for this clown.
So let me ask you this: who has more stands, James Tiny Onion or Tom Mama's Boy King?
I'm gonna say Tiny Onion right now does.
Wow. You know what? Actually, I think that you're right, because he has so many simps of Something is Killing the Children. I still don't understand the hype, but that book still sells like hotcakes. I don't know. But Kyle, do you think Tom King or Tiny Onion?
It's hard to tell.
You go to a convention and their tables are right next to each other. Who has the bigger line?
Oh man. That's tough. I think it's probably people that are going to both lines, so they're
just swapping places and just
I feel like
same shit signed.
Both incredibly overrated. Like they may have done one or two things that were good, and it's like they're just coasting off of that shit, and like
kind of like Jim Lee.
Oh no, Jim Lee's,
and then he
Jim
coasted on his.
And he just kept getting better and better and better. It was like, was this guy even gonna peak yet? It's like he hasn't even peaked yet. It's like he hasn't even hit the top. It's like this guy's never gonna stop. Man. I feel like these guys have just coasted on one or two accomplishments, and no one's willing to hold them accountable for like, you guys are just telling the same bullshit, stupid ass stories over and over again. And James Tiny Onion is just going to deconstruct a fucking story to death, to the point where everyone forgets about what it's about to begin with. It's just like, who cares, dude? It's like, and I was getting Mindhunter vibes from this.
Heavy.
And it's like, you're trying to be David Fincher. First off, you're not David Fincher. And that works in movie form. Doesn't work in comic book form. This book is very boring. And it's about something that I really don't even give a shit about by the end of it. I don't understand the point of this book.
So, I guess to answer the question of what is the deviant, because I know someone had asked in the chat, I think it was JK who asked about what is the deviant. To kind of give you guys an understanding of what the book is, it tells a story of a serial killer that we don't know who it is, but we know what the serial killer has done. Their first act of crime was in 1973, which is like one of the first crimes that they end up doing. And we get this kind of disturbing imagery of a guy who's tied up to the Santa chair in the middle of the mall. And then we fast forward to 2023. And then there was another crime that he did with some kids, and like that was messed up. So I won't describe it. But then we go back to 2023, or we fast forward to 2023. We have this journalist who's interviewing I can't say the name on YouTube because it will block me, but it's someone who enjoys children too much.
Yep.
It's a disgusting human being who takes pictures of little kids.
Yep.
And for the longest time, people have thought that this individual has been the serial killer, while all along he was just some weird, creepy, fucked up human being that took pictures of the kids but never actually did anything to them. So the killer is still at large, but we as the audience know that, but the people in the book don't know that. But all of these murders have happened around Christmas, around the holiday season, and the killer wears like a Santa Claus suit. But the whole book was just, like you said, the interrogation. And I got nothing from this. Like, I didn't feel like the dialogue was very substantive. Like, I think he's trying to do a commentary on homosexuality, but I didn't know what he was actually trying to say. I'm sure if I read this book again, I could probably figure it out. But like, at first glance, I was just like, okay, I know you're trying to say something about this or trying to comment about this social aspect, but like, I just don't have the time or willpower to try and understand what's happening here.
Yeah, I didn't care to put that much effort into it. And again, like we say, it's a Netflix pitch. You can easily see this broken out into 6-7 episodes, and it's just like, ooh, interesting interrogation scene, this creepy guy. And it's like, oh, you happen to be gay, and the guy interviewing you happens to be gay. And it's like, oh, you didn't know you were gay for the longest time? Well, I did, and this is what I turned out to be. And it's like, so you're saying all gay guys are deviants? Or I don't know. It's like, that seems odd choice. Like,
it was an odd choice. Is a very good way to describe.
I'm like,
because
that's bold,
right? Because I think, well, at first I thought that the journalist was like a self-insert of Tiny Onion. He's got dark hair and the glasses. Yeah. And even in the book, he's like, oh yeah, I write horror comics. And I was like, that's just James Tynion, Tiny Onion.
Really you.
But then, this serial killer starts going on about, he's like, oh, honey, I'm the biggest queen out there. Like, this queen's slaying days are over, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
And he's talking about, like, you thought that you weren't different because you hugged that boy a little too hard or something like that. That way too. And I was like, so are you trying to equate like this weird sexual, deviant guy to the journalist? I was just like, okay, man, like, bold move, Cotton.
Bold move. Let's see how that pays off. And then at the end of this, I'm like, so are we saying that this journalist guy or his boyfriend is going to be this deviant person now taking over the mantle? I have no idea. But who gives a shit at this point? It doesn't matter.
Like,
or a Trump supporter who hates gay people. I don't know.
Oh, boy.
It's a white guy. It's a white male. So take your pick.
Yeah, no, for sure. I see this as a Netflix pitch. And yet there just seemed to be no real substance to this. It tries to be very intellectual, but it lacks any sort of emotion to it. But I know exactly what it's trying to do. right? Like you read it and you go, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. It's like, oh, this is his scene. This is his scene. Like he wants I can see it right now. Like it's like I'm watching it. It is so stupid. It's a fucking daytime Emmy like scene that he thinks is like so clever. It's like, no, this is dog shit. Nice try though.
Well, the other thing too is because the serial killer has the cigarette, and he's like, "What's your angle?" to the journalist, and the journalist is like, "Well, I don't really have anything." And I'm like, "Oh my god, didn't we do this in Mindhunter?" Right? Wasn't one of the guys like, wasn't he saying like, "What do you really want to come to talk to me here for?" Right? Like he becomes the one who's in power instead of the journalist. It's like, whoa!
And those are actual FBI agents, you know, finding and discovering all that psychological profiling of serial killers before that was even a thing. So like there's interesting backstory to that and the interesting characters and interviewing real life, you know, serial killers. No, great, it's not actually them, obviously. It's, you know, portrayed from actors, but like these are based on real life serial killers. And it's like, this is interesting. This is not. And it's trying to be that.
This is not. Yeah. It's cliche. It's super cliche, and it just feels like, hey, it's the holidays. We're gonna have a horror book. Put Tiny Onion on there. It's all right.
Make him dress as Santa Claus.
Yeah, there you go. Make him dress as Santa Claus. But yeah, no, I love that. He's got the cigarette, and he's like, "You're doing it all wrong. You got the wrong angle." It's like, oh my god!
Come on,
of course,
kid. Ask me the right question. Ask me the right questions.
What are you trying to? You know, you know the answer for yourself. Like just all this, like, oh my god.
What is it you really want to know about me?
Exactly. Oh man, you love that mic.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. But when you're gonna rewatch this back, you're gonna be like, oh my god, I sound so much better. But
I can't. I hate my fucking voice, man. I don't care how good I sound.
It's all right. At least hear the sound quality, just to be like, oh, okay. But yeah, you gotta whenever you get it close up. I like the Donald Trump when he goes, wrong. I think you did that earlier. Drew was like, oh yeah, you love Tiny Onion. And you were like, wrong. Overall, oh my god.
Oh, here we go.
5 stars.
Actually scary. Actually scary.
Who said actually scary? Oh, there it is.
That
totally
Sagittarius
is amazing.
Actually scary.
Actually scary. Oh my god, look at how many variants there are for this shit.
Oh my god. Is that a clown? There's no clown in this.
No, that's the St. Nicholas killer.
What?
Yeah, he kind of looks like that, right?
Who?
He has the creepy mask.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He's wearing a mask. Completely fucking
remember he wears like
he was
a weird
wearing a
mask.
beard though. That's why I couldn't tell. Okay.
He wears like a dull mask. He wears the jigsaw mask under the beard. That's what it is.
I want to play a game.
Yeah. You will have to pay it with flesh. He always says
interrogating people. Now I'm going to interrogate your soul.
Your soul. Speaking of that, I sent Kyle. I think I might send it to you too, Max. Where like it shows that little the guy on the bike. What's his name? Timmy or Jimmy or whatever. He's working in an office. He's he's like just doing all these stupid pranks on people in the office.
So funny. Yeah. Once you start watching like the later ones, like 3, 4, 5, and 6,
that's when they get good.
Oh my god.
What?
He like interrogates, or he has this one dude who's like, you've been a smoker all your life. And I'm like, a smoker? You first had like serial killers, bro, and now you're going to smokers?
Hell yeah. Secondhand smoke.
Oh yeah. He's like, can you survive breathing?
Can you hold your breath long enough?
Can you hold your breath long enough?
Get out of here.
In flesh. He's like, oh my god. So yeah, I forgot to do our
skip it.
So yeah, it's a skip it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Drew, did you have any thoughts about this other than just he's a hack?
No, I'm gonna leave it at that. He's a fucking hack. He's an overrated hack. People need to wake the hell up.
Yes, don't fall for this. It's $6 Do not spend $6 on this book.
That's right. 48 pages. I guarantee a good portion of them are just that interrogation scene.
Look, and this is going to show up on fucking cover price and key collector, and it's going to be worth $5,000 at some point, and first prints are going to be $700 at some point.
Yeah.
Don't fucking fall for that shit. It's
Don't buy
all
into it.
Fake inflation. Do not fall for it.
It's fake and gay.
It is.
But actually, speaking about cover price, the video, once we're done with the reviews, I've got a quick video to show you guys on variants. It's pretty fun.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah. But yeah, we can skip this one.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
I will tell you guys in good faith, I tried getting through this thing. I couldn't make it past the second page, so I couldn't tell you what happened. I don't know if anyone else read it, but
this book I read, I was not necessarily pissed, but it felt like it was fucking lazy because so I'm a fan of Planetary from the 1990s, late 90s, early 2000s when that came out from Warren Ellis and Brian Hitch. They're like the architects of the archaeologists of the unknown, exploring the multiverse and the bleed, the drummer and all them. This was just a lazy redo of Planetary, but with 3 of the lamest characters you could possibly find, and one of them, once again, utilizing that let's make her gay and lame, but you're gonna make her gay and lame. So they did to the drummer in this, and I fucking hated it. I was floored at just how lazy this comic was.
yeah, and I had looked at some of the reviews as well. Like there are a ton of reviews for this book, surprisingly, when it doesn't feel like a lot of people actually picked it up or read it. But for the most part, you're spot on, Drew. Like even this guy was saying, like there was a poor start from the beginning. I had a lot of reservations about it, but they have a weird decision to redo Planetary instead of taking the inspiration, trying to create something unique. So yeah, it seems like a lot of people agreed, and it's only an 80, which I mean on this site, come on,
That's an F.
that's it. You might as well just throw it in the trash.
Yep.
So I mean, I don't even think it deserves our attention, unfortunately. But I'm surprised you even tried to read it, though, Drew.
Well, here's the thing. It's like I had heard something along the lines of Planetary would be involved, and I like I said, on the bus here at home, and I was pissed as a Planetary fan. I am pissed, and it was just lazy shit. That's what it was.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. Sorry, I had to go through that. Definitely a skip it. I did want to get some of these comments real quick. Capital Video says price is going up, quality needs to go up. The only time quality is going to go up is if the price goes up on books, people are already leaving. So if your price is going up and the quality is already bad, ain't no way people are going to stay. So I think Mark Miller's idea of going 50-50 and with the and I almost called it residuals, royalties, is probably their best bet. Give a ton of money to the creatives, and Marvel and DC don't lose any money. They're making more because the more copies they sell, the more money they make. Right. So
Right. It's a win-win.
Yeah. So I think that's probably their best bet. And they could probably start making the books cheaper. Go down to $2.99, $3.99, just sit right there. Don't need to do anything else. Kaiser says the books that you do like have saved me, or the books that you do like have saved me so much money. See, and those are the stories that I love to hear. And that's the stuff that I love to hear from you guys. Cause like when Kyle and Drew were first doing their reviews, 3 years ago, 4 years ago,
at least 3. Yeah, soon to be 4. Yeah, it's wild.
I can't tell you guys how much money I saved and how much money I spent on good stuff. So that's why I reached out to y'all and why we connected, because there was so many of those reviews. I went to my shop, not pulling things, putting things back, or grabbing things because I resonated with their reviews. So I heavily feel that, Kaiser. So I appreciate you saying that, because if we can help you guys out with some of this stuff, we will tell you straight. We don't try and play this side or that side. We will tell you our honest opinion of these books. Even if it's unpopular, we will tell you how it is. So
right. Always. I will always be 100% honest no matter what. I can't not be.
Well, I don't think like we don't have anything to lose, right? Like
I really don't. I don't give a shit.
Kyle, Marvel's not paying you under the table to give them good reviews or anything.
They have no money to pay me anyway.
Yeah, exactly. They can't even pay their own creators, let alone the reviewers. So
let alone someone that would talk shit about their books.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like, and that's why I appreciated y'all's takes. Is they're as real gets. They're honest. Like you said, what are you trying to hide? Like, what are you trying to gain or hide if you lie about this stuff?
Nothing. And it's like, and what it's that you see the people reviewing, and it's like you got to go hard in the paint on things that deserve to go hard in the paint on.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just be like, it was okay. I don't know, maybe. It's like, no, if the book is fucking trash, say the book fucking sucks. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like everyone's just afraid of getting their feelings hurt or having people come after them and say, oh my God, how dare you? You're wrong on this book. You can think I'm wrong, and that's perfectly fine, but you at least can't tell me I'm not being honest with myself. It's like, you can't say that. You may disagree with me, and that's fine, but you can't say I'm not being honest.
And that's what's always so interesting is like, even if someone has a take that I don't agree with, if they're at least being honest, I respect the hell out of them. And I would much rather prefer to respect someone that I don't necessarily agree with than agree with someone that is just lying out their teeth, right? So I think it's I think a lot of people will become or have this fear, this like inherent fear of like, I'll either be cast out and ostracized because I like critique this book, or because they don't want to be mean, or because they think that the bad side does that, right? Like only the bad guys critique these books. Yep. And it's sad, man, because no one will ever get better if we don't actually tell them our honest opinion.
It's like you're trying to get access. You're trying to get in with these people who will then just turn their back on you the second they do. It's like, you really want to get in with these people? You really want to get in with the Bleeding Fools and all these other, and CBR and all these other assholes that are just like shilling for all this crap? It's like, is that what you want to do? Really?
And I mean, I would, and there is like a part of me that's like, hey, I would love to interview someone like one of these creators, right? But I know that because of my video history and because of what I tend to talk about, they probably look at my page and go, fuck no, I'm not going to talk to this guy, right? And that's really sad, but that is where we're at right now, is like anytime we give criticism, however whether it's in this kind of bombastic way that we do, or whether we legitimately give a good critique of something, it's just sad that that people, like you said, Kyle, want to like have this access, and yet once they get it, it's like, oh, are you happy with yourself? You're like, are you happy now that you've had all these creators on? Like, that you lied to yourself about how bad these books were, good these books were? Like, I don't know.
And now you're a lackey, and now you have to follow everything they say. And the second you don't, they will cast you out like a leper and not give two fucks about you. The second you're kind of like, I don't know, I really didn't like this book, and they're like, all right, you're fucking out of here. See ya.
Yeah. And that's not even harsh. Like, you could be like, well, this was kind of a misstep, in this issue. They'd be like, sorry, no.
And that's true. That happened to Jim from Weird Science. Happened to him.
Yeah. They like stop sending you books. Yeah. It's wild, dude. It's wild. It's so sad.
It is.
Because of course, like, we would love to review books. Like, if we could sign up for one of those things where they send us the books and we read them and give our honest review, I'd probably do it. But they never, no chance. No shot.
They couldn't. And we could have these creators on, and that's when it's like, if we go in hard on a book that we think is fucking trash, I would love to have that writer and artist come on and explain, okay, why does this suck? It's like, and we think it's like, what were your guys' processes in doing this? Like, did you think this worked out? Like, who, like, was it editors? Like, who was it that were making the final decisions? Like, is this what you originally intended to do? And it's like, I guarantee you a lot of times it would be like, well, not really. We kind of had a different idea, but we were told, no, it's got to be this, push this character in here. Don't focus on this. Those discussions would be great.
For sure. Editorial probably gets in the way a lot of the time, and getting some of these creators on to talk about that stuff would be pretty enlightening, to see like, oh wait, so you had the character doing this instead of this. The editorial had you made you have this decision or whatnot. So that'd be pretty interesting. Overall, I mean,
unless it's Siren's Gate. Anything but Siren's Gate.
This art looks like porn. No, choose your own adventure porn. Adventure porn. The fuck did you just say?
Oh god!
Tell me it doesn't. Tell me it doesn't. It does.
I have no stake in this game. I didn't. No, I'm kidding. I think I was on the stream with you guys and we were going over it. But
I think it was you and me. Drew was at the convention.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. That is right.
Yeah, I had to make the apology. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I will say the only thing about having those creators on is you may get like a Mr. X or Director X effect, where you pass him questions, right, that he should be able to answer. Like, why did you have a condom jar in this woman's apartment? And he goes, well, I'm trying to do something like to make her healthy, and the mom is looking out for her, and it's safe sex, right? You want protected sex for these teens. And it's like, that's such a bad faith argument, right? Like if the mom truly cared about her daughter, she wouldn't have a condom jar, and it's just disgusting. And like, so
that's not real. Like that's not how people act in real life.
No one does that. So I think if some of these creators were to come on, we would have to decide if they were having a conversation in good faith or not.
That's fair.
And that's
true.
And that's a tough thing to have, is because like we would love to talk to them and be like, what were you thinking here? And if they were like, oh no, this is really where the character develops, and it's like, are you saying
defend Ghostwriter right now,
oh
please?
My God,
I would love to hear you defend.
Tell me how we are supposed to like Talia in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
But Omega Man says, hello guys, just tuning in. I haven't really been paying attention to comics the past few weeks, and I came to the realization that I started to getting apathetic with it all. Totally understandable, Omega. We will still be here, but I understand the apathy. There are weeks and sometimes, days, weeks, months where I'm like, I'm just going to focus on Warhammer for a while because like this comics thing is brutal. But no, brother, I totally understand the apathy. So, especially with all the films. I haven't watched a Marvel film since Endgame, bro. Well, that's not true. I haven't gone to a theater for a Marvel film because the 7 C's are right on my computer. So.
Wow.
Hey, I'm going to say this again. I'll say it once. I'll say it again. Judge Dredd.
Oh no, robot.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I heard Judge Dredd.
I got Judge Dredd sucks and it's terrible and you should stay away from it.
Wrong.
We
need a clip of that. Wrong. Yeah, Fiend Machine. Words are violent, especially criticism.
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
What's up, bitches? What's up, Josh?
Hey.
My parents had a condom jar. Well, because they thought that you were, fucking girls, dude. And then
it was too late at that point. You were already there.
They didn't really have a condom. Oh, don't try and backtrack now.
No, you can't say that.
JK, and look how that.
Yeah, exactly.
Drew, are you there? Can you talk about Judge Dredd now?
Yes.
No.
Is better than anything from Rourke. Yes.
No. Drew, the Terminator got you. The robots got to you. Do you want to try and unplug?
There we go. How's that? Better?
There we go.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh yeah. So Judge Dredd 1995 is better than anything from Phase 4 Marvel. There you go.
Beautiful. Well said. Well said. Judge Dredd, yeah, Phase 4 and 5, because Quantumania and the Marvels is Phase 5, right? So
is that phase 5? I don't know what fucking.
I
phase
thought it was
we're
all
in
phase
anymore.
4 still.
no, phase 5. Oh no, actually no. I think phase 5 started with Quantumania because they were saying like, hey, Kang will start off phase 5 with the new villain, and then he got killed by ants.
Yeah,
So
that's great.
Josh says Drew got effed by a robot and caught an STD because the either Drew or the robot didn't have a condom jar.
Ouch.
Marvel is silencing critics.
No,
Ooh, that's not good.
I don't think so. They would never do that.
No, definitely not.
How could you criticize Marvel?
It's not like Amazon, how Amazon took down reviews on Rings of Power, or they didn't put up your review until months after the episode aired. It's definitely not something that Amazon could do like that.
No, they don't have that power. They can't do that.
And it's not like IMDb is also owned by Amazon, and so they do the same thing on IMDb. It definitely wouldn't happen there.
No, you can't.
So.
That's stupid. You can't do that. These are real sites, guys. Take it easy.
Hey, take it easy.
Freaking frog's gay.
You know what else is stupid? I did not like Geiger this week.
Wow.
Geiger sucked.
Whoa.
I gave so much so that I actually wrote like a legitimate review to post on Twitter because I thought this was a cash grab.
Whoa.
And I thought that this was a, what do you call it? A marketing ploy to get people to read Ghost Machine, but they didn't have a character out yet that they were ready to announce. So they had to kind of restart Geiger in order to be like, hey, remember Geiger? You like Geiger, right?
Like,
and also Ghost Machine. So, but yeah, what did you guys think about Geiger? I think you guys kind of know my thoughts on this book, but what did y'all think of Geiger Ground Zero, issue number 1?
It was a lazy retread. We already got this issue in a prior issue of Geiger.
Yeah, I felt like I was reading something I really didn't want / need to know / care about.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
There's so much backstory with his fucking family and his dipshit kid. And I'm like, you know what? They're already fucking dead. I don't care. Like, it's not going to make me like or hate this character any more than I already do and don't. So just do something else where he's just not staying around moping like a little bitch, just like you did with Junkyard Joe. You turned him into a mopey bitch too. It's just like, why are all these guys just sad sacks? Just like, my life is bad because family.
Like this dude could be an avenging angel, right?
Yeah,
like he could be like,
yeah. And everyone is terrified of this guy. They all know the stories of this scary green glowy guy, Ghost Man, and it's like, okay, there's this lore about him. It's creepy, and it's just like he doesn't do shit. Like all you could do is just like tell him to cry about his family again, then you beat him. It's like, and I'm done. He's crying like a little girl.
It's not like it was a one shot either. You know, this was a whole series. You know, it's like I can understand if they want to retread it with like if it's like a one issue, you know, but no, this was a full damn series we got. And if you're gonna be covering the same ground, that's just fucking lazy.
Well, and yeah, because this issue in particular was specifically to answer the question of who was Geiger before the atomic bomb hit, who was he during the unknown war, and what is the unknown war, right? Like, how did this all happen? How did this come to be? Why are we in this apocalyptic wasteland? Like, this was the prequel series to answer those questions, and it did none of that, which is why I still don't like prequels in general. Like, I just think prequels are unnecessary and most of the time shit. And same thing with this. This was unnecessary. We knew everything that we got from the first series was actually done better than in this retread issue.
Yes, this retread issue felt like in a video game where it's the prequel, the opening scroll where it teaches you all the controls. Like, all right, up. Okay, this is to jump. This is to scroll down, and it's like you're kind of getting stupid stories, just like in Fallout. And it's like that's what this was. It was just like walk around and talk to this character. talk to this character. Oh, what do they have to say about your daughter? What does your daughter have to say about some fucking book she's reading? What does your wife have to nag you about? It's like, okay, this is all great and wonderful shit. And then it's like, oh, explosion dead. It's like, and now you start the game. It's like, I don't care. Just let's go.
Let's get and I think we've said this a million times before, because in order for me to read this issue, I went back and read some of the previous issues to kind of get like an understanding of like, okay, what did they include that was different or new, or what did they include that we didn't know before? Spoilers, nothing. But the beginning series, the 6-issue miniseries, I think it was, that came out in 2021, give us more of the Vegas mobs. Give us those Vegas people. They're awesome. Each one of those characters has a distinct purpose and reason, and like just everything about them has so much more interesting concepts and like storytelling that you could actually work with. And yet they decide to focus on this dude who does nothing.
He feels like he doesn't belong in that world. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Two completely different stories.
It really that's a really great point, Drew. And I'm actually kind of kicking myself now that I didn't think of that. But you're totally right. And I agree, Fear. He says, unironic opinion, it's probably a retread because Johns needs the cash to start up Ghost Machine. Now, it may not be a cash thing because Johns probably has a lot of money, but I think this was just a cash grab to start up the Ghost Machine, or to promote Ghost Machine. Not necessarily to start Ghost Machine, but to just promote it, to say like, hey guys, remember our universe that we're going to start? It's coming soon, and you know Geiger, right? So like, buy this book because we're going to start it again.
I mean, this is just a classic case of all style, no substance, is what this is. Gary Frank sells this shit. His art is fan-fucking-tastic. And it's like, that will sell a book 9 times out of 10. But it's like, it's just all styled. It's a cool-looking character. All these characters are cool-looking. But when you get down to it, it's like, it's kind of lame.
Yeah. I'll say my full review, you guys can find it on Twitter, but I'll say Gary Frank's artwork is the sole redeeming quality of this otherwise forgettable issue, which serves primarily as a marketing ploy to generate interest in the upcoming Ghost Machine books. The other thing that I will say, and I know people are going to hate me for it because they're like, oh, Max, you're just trying to find stuff. But no, it's real. The introduction of the new character, Dr. Molotov, a Russian scientist searching for his wife, had no point and serves no meaningful purpose beyond other than to portray right-wing conservatives as cruel, deprived, and antagonistic individuals. Because if you guys notice that the people who captured him are like gun-toting, he was like, oh, this guy owned a gun shop and they started killing people whenever they found them. And, you know, then the characters, the Geiger's neighbor is like this racist, like outwardly racist, conservative, gun-toting, awful human being. And
did you catch his name, by the way? Did you catch his name?
The neighbors?
The neighbor.
Oh no, what is it?
Guess.
Donald.
No.
Don.
It's even better.
Is it a Republican? Like a George? I don't know. George.
All this money.
If I remember correctly, I'm almost positive his name is Kyle.
Is it really? Not Kevin?
It's not Kevin.
It's not
it's
Kevin.
Spelled Kiel as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Dude, please confirm with us because that would be hilarious.
I'm almost positive his name is Kyle.
I am so surprised because I never got this from any of the previous issues of like the first Geiger series, but this book in particular, he goes hard in the paint and just reflects like the apparent disdain he must have for Republicans. It's like evidenced by the reflection that also all the crime and all the outward protests and like militia groups that were starting were all alt-right. I don't know if you guys noticed that as well. And I was like, oh my God, of course they're January 6th, protesters or whatever. And I was like, God damn, dude, like there is no subtlety here. So yeah, all the people that were focused on in that realm were antagonists. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Drew.
No, I'm just gonna say another example of someone who lives in LA, lives in his bubble, and never left. He has not left his bubble.
I guess so, man. I don't know, because like I said, I've never seen this part of him before, right? Like I've never seen this in his writing. Why is he including this shit?
This comes from his time at being in Hollywood. He's been in Hollywood for so long. They think a lot of those thoughts probably just came out on the page.
Maybe, yeah.
All right, I can confirm the neighbor's name is Kyle.
Damn it, Kyle. Your art imitates life.
I've made it, baby. I'm there.
He did it, boys. We did it. Go buy this book right now. Kyle's in it.
I'll sign it for you.
Yeah, please. Please. Hey, Kyle, what part did you play in the Geiger book? Oh, remember that really racist, outwardly racist conservative neighbor who
beer drinking neighbor with the red shirt on.
He's got a red shirt and a mustache, and he comes guns blazing with his blonde wife whenever they come to see Geiger at the end of the book, and they're like, "Hey, you sand person," like he calls him. Oh yeah, back in the desert, you know all about this, you desert dwelling sand person. Yeah. Isn't that you? Yeah, you know all about the heat, boy. I'm like, oh my God, dude, no one talks like this. This is such a stereotypical antagonistic villain.
Give me a well done burger.
And here's the thing, Max. He's not even really a villain. That guy, he's going to be dead before we know it.
Well, and that's the thing.
Like that, if you're just going to kill him off from a nuclear explosion.
In issue 1 of Geiger, spoilers, Kyle, not you, Kyle, but the Kyle in the book, him and his wife shoot their dog as they're trying to get into the bunker, because he's like, I swear, open that fucking door, boy, and let us in there. And he's like, I'm not going to open the door. We're all going to die out here together. My wife and kid are going to be safe. And then he shoots the dog, and he's like, I'm not kidding, boy. Open the fucking door. It's like, dude, they truly make them like irredeemable.
That's what I would do, though. In real life, that is what I would do.
I mean, if your life depended on it, you'd probably be pretty trigger happy to be like, fucking open that door, boy.
Oh, I would mow down everybody, just like a zombie apocalypse. I don't give a fuck who you are. If you come within 20 feet of me, you're getting shot in the fucking head. I don't care.
To be fair, you would probably be the one with the bunker, though. That's the thing. Like, you would have a plan in place, as opposed to like someone else who's like, I don't know. I mean, you're not a prepper, right? But
no. But this pacifist pussy somehow has a shelter put in place and take care of his. It's like, wouldn't this be the other way around?
Really makes sense. Yeah. I would be more inclined to believe the guy who's like, go, you're singing to days, like he's the guy who has the bunker.
Yes.
He's
right. Yeah. 100%. He would be the guy to be like,
and he's the guy that should be then saving, coming out of this bunker and being like, okay, now I need to, save my family, figure this out. But ironically, it's the pacifist wuss who then somehow survives. So then he has to then man the fuck up and actually be a man and figure out am I going to, provide for my family and everything. That's a fun, ironic twist. But no.
Now, you guys may disagree with me, but because I had such high hopes for this, and because I got so turned off by the just abysmal writing in this, one, because it's a bait and switch, because thought we were going to get answers. Nope, it's just a retread, a reprint of nothing new. And because of the antagonistic view that Johns has on people who vote differently than him, which is just such fucking bullshit. I'm actually thinking about ripping this book.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Rip.
Oh, Drew, you think that's fair? Okay.
Yeah.
You're ripping Gary Frank.
Yeah. I mean, because like I said, we were there, New York Comic Con. Our booth was literally not even a stone throw away. We were like a few steps away from their booth. And the crowd around them was huge. They were heavily lauding, promoting all these comics, especially this one.
Yeah.
And this is your number one issue. Are you kidding me right now? This is a huge disappointment.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that we agree on that. Kyle, I know it is Gary Frank. It hurts, but like he's phoning it in. I mean, the art is still great, but it's the only redeeming quality about this issue. He was much better on the first series. I don't know.
Probably true. I give it a skip it. I would not tear this book, but I would say skip it and read the OG series.
Yes, definitely read the OG series instead of this.
But
even issue 1 tells a better story than this does.
Yeah, when I remember, I haven't read it since it came out, but I guarantee it does.
Yeah. I don't know. We got 2 rip its to 1 skip it. That's. I know it's Gary Frank, but sorry, I got to go with the numbers. The numbers don't lie.
Whip it!
I also really wanted to use that stinger again, so. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's do rapid fire because I forgot how many books that we actually did read. I will rapid fire this one real quick. Siphon, once again, skip it. Read the first 3 issues. Oh, we lost Drew.
Sounds about right.
Skip this. The first 3 issues were much better and told a much more compelling story. This one, I don't know what this one was, but it wasn't.
I don't even know what it was. I didn't think there were original issues. I just read that as a number 1, and it made no fucking sense to me.
Yeah, if you didn't read the original 3 issue mini, yeah, it's not worth it then.
Yeah.
Alien issue number 1, another number 1 in the span of like months,
and telling the same fucking story.
Yeah. This sucked.
Oh my god, it's like another strong female ginger. It's like, Jesus Christ, did you learn nothing from the other 5 number 1s you've put out in the past 6 months?
It's another issue number 1. It's the same plot points and the same story beats. Oh, xenomorph on a spaceship. Oh, it's the egg, and then the face hugger hops on a guy, and they have to take him to the infirmary.
But this one's underwater.
Oh, but this one's on an ice planet.
Yeah, and they had to swim. You didn't see that before, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Well, aren't they? Isn't and Wayland Yutani is a trans man? Trans woman?
Is that
yeah, because remember the woman went to go meet him? ? And she was like, "Hello, sir."
Oh,
and Wayland had like the baseball cap on.
Oh, I stopped.
At least that.
I'm done. I was skimming through it. I stopped reading the dialogue because I was losing brain cells, and I was just trying to look at the terrible art.
Yeah, it would be one thing if it's like, oh, okay, at least there's a good art here, but nah, there's no purpose, no real story, and just kind of bad art.
It's awful.
But yeah, it's kind of towards the end of the book if you want to look it up.
And let me look that up real quick here. Let me go down, scroll on down here.
But yeah, Drew, do you have anything about this book other than just it's another alien book?
I'm just gonna, it's lazy. This was just fucking lazy. I could not. Another one. I know I've said it quite a few times tonight, but another one. I just couldn't fucking believe how lazy this was.
Yeah,
didn't even try.
It is. Yeah, no, that's a great point. Didn't even want to try. So yeah, isn't Yutani's a trans character, right?
Yeah. Why is she holding a baseball and a baseball bat
with a baseball cap? Right.
Yeah, and she's hitting
a parallel.
Yeah, and she's hitting a baseball down. What the? I stopped reading at this point. I don't remember this shit. What the fuck is this? It's like, Mr. Yutani. That's correct. It's like, is it though?
That's what even the character in the book, she's like, Mr. Yutani.
Yeah.
And he is like, yeah, what's up, dog?
They keep saying, "Sir, no, sir, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, sir, no, sir, no, sir, no, sir." It's like, okay, and you look like you're a 18-year-old, 110-pound, soaking wet
teenage girl
bitch, yeah, who's methed out. But yeah, sure, I'll take it seriously.
Sure, I guess you're the magnificent Wayland Yutani, like the man who started it all.
Sure,
we'll go with that.
Ooh.
So yeah, all kind of this is a no-brainer.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
And then Capwolf. There's nothing. Once again, it's very bland. The art in this is incredible.
Yes.
Surprisingly, the art in this is really gorgeous. Carlos Magno, shout out to him, has a very unique style here. It's gritty, but also really realistic. And extremely detailed. So shout out to him.
Ryan Brown cover.
Oh, dude, these Ryan Brown covers,
they're
just
great.
Amazing.
Yep.
But yeah, no, this issue really acts as exposition. It's a very big exposition dump. It's like, oh, so the Nazis are doing this, and oh, so the witch is the one who's making the blood and has the wolves, and oh, okay, so Cap knows that he's a wolf now, and so now it's like, oh, and then this is the spy, the French spy. It's like, it's just very, all right, now we're setting the stage with this issue. So it's very expository. Did you guys get anything else out of this?
No, it's boring. This is the boring issue.
Yeah, we got werewolves at the end, an army of werewolves fighting other werewolves. Yeah.
Nazi werewolves. I don't know how you can make that premise boring, and yet somehow
they did.
Stephanie Phillips finds a way.
Yeah.
Life finds a way. And but yeah, Carlos Magno, art, beautiful.
Yeah. This isn't even campy, fun, stupid. It's like, it's just, why are you taking yourself so seriously?
Yeah, make this schlocky, man.
Yeah.
You've got a great artist who can really delve deep into just like fun schlockiness. And nope.
Let's be serious about it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh well.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
All right, we're just working our way through these bad Larrys. Capwolf Alien. We did Siphon already. I think we'll do Silver Surfer, G.I. Joe, and then Big Game. Silver Surfer, I really enjoyed. Thanos looks great, sounds great. The Dark Surfer is super menacing, or Silver Surfer Black is super menacing. Get some great action scenes, some fantastic art in this. I had a lot of fun. It's not anything like to say it's the best issue ever, but I have a lot of fun reading the Silver Surfer stuff. What did you guys think?
Yeah, it does its job. It's there to entertain. It gets in, gets out. It's like I couldn't ask for anything less. It gave me what I wanted. It could have been, like I said, there could have been more from it, but hey, it did what it should do. It entertained, and I had fun with it.
Yeah,
I agree. It was entertaining. It was fun. The fights were great.
Yeah,
the Thanos fight, it was so fun and kinetic. I had a lot of fun with it. It's one of those that it got better. Issue 1 I thought was absolutely stupid. Issue 2 was good. Issue 3, like this one was fun. This is worth the price of admission. Art's good. It's just a fun story. That's all there is to it. They didn't do anything they weren't supposed to do. It wasn't quite paint by numbers. It wasn't like, okay, this is what we need to do, but it wasn't earth shattering.
But it's giving you as a fan what you would want to see. And it's not fun for the sake of like, oh, goofy dinosaurs, like Fantastic Four fun.
Right.
It's like, look at how amazing these characters are in their element. This is fun to watch these characters interact with each other. Where Silver Surfer's like, Thanos, like, go handle, Silver Surfer Black, and he's like, takes the reality stone out, and he's like, I'll have fun playing with this one, and he's just like slamming him into the ground like with his fists. Silver Surfer Black is like grabs his hammer and has to like chuck it at Thanos, and so that's fun because it's how these characters interact with each other. And that's the fun and love of the book. And plus, these guys have written Silver Surfer before, so it's like I feel like they know what works, right? So
yeah, and just having Thanos having to team up with
his like enemy.
Yeah, it's like it's great to see. It's fun.
And 100%, there's
true.
more Thanos in this book than the actual Thanos book.
That is correct.
And I was very, very pleased. I don't see that. I think, Drew, you put it perfectly. It's nothing. If it were anything less than this, I couldn't give it a recommend. But there's really nothing more that I would like say. Like, I'm pretty happy with this. Like, I can't really add anything else that I'd be like, oh no, it needs to have this and this. Like, no, I'm just really enjoying the book and having a lot of fun. So,
yep.
I
need more serious conversations. It's like, no, I just want to have fun, and that's what it does.
Yeah, it doesn't really need to tell like any type of allegorical subtext of some larger issue. Like, no, it's all right. So,
yep.
But yeah, we'll recommend this bad boy. Now, I've heard some controversial opinions on our boy G.I. Joe here. G.I. Jane.
Oh, G.I. Jane.
G.I. Jane. Drew, I think it was you who said that you were wondering if we had to read an issue before this one, correct?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm sure but all three of us have read this now by now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, so let me be clear on this. I really enjoyed this issue. This was a lot of fun. I love the art by Chris Mooneyham. It's terrific. The quick synopsis of the origin, the backstory of G.I. Joe at the beginning and Cobra, perfect. Loved it.
Yeah.
But with that being said, the operation that they were on, and there were undercover agents. By the time we got part of the way through this, I was thinking to myself, should I already know who some of these characters are and their relationships? Because it felt like I should have known these going into this story.
I could see that. I think, because after the intro pages of like, here's G.I. Joe, here's Cobra Commander, this is the Joe universe. Right after that, boom, we're straight into action where like, I'm blanking on his name. There's so many characters that are introduced, but the guy who's like, yippee-ki-yay, he's just hard charger in the plane. They're like going down. Like they've been struck by a Cobra missile and they're on their way down. So you kind of are like, you're thrown right into the middle of a story that's already seems to be happening.
Yeah, it's a lot like a James Bond film. Like you're in the end or tail end of another mission before the actual mission starts. But this one, the difference between that, it's like, okay, this one I really don't need to know about. It's just an action scene. Whereas this, it's like, it all kind of ties together. So you're just kind of forced to pay attention to all of it.
And it results in a death. Like the mission that they're on when we find them results in a death. But Kyle, did you also feel like you were lost at all, or did you feel lost, but were you okay with it? How are you with
I felt, I'm like, if I cared enough, I'd be like, should I go back to issue 300 and see where that left off? Even if it did, I don't know. Did you guys go back and read it? Is that how 300 ended?
I didn't read 300, unfortunately.
I don't think 300 ended this way.
Okay. And I was like, maybe I should. Then I was like, I don't really care all that much. There is a lot of exposition at the front. I did appreciate it. And there was a lot in this book to digest. I mean, the art is fantastic alone. The art is so good. And it is very fast paced. It is very kinetic, but it's more dense than I thought it was going to be, actually.
Yeah.
Way more dense.
There's a lot of tactics that are going on in the book.
Yes.
There's a lot of different things happening all at once. You've got ground units, you've got air units, you've got the kind of villainous group that's planning their scheme, right? There are a lot of different moving pieces on the chessboard or checkers board, whichever you want to play. But yeah, so I think for a lot of people, as an entry point, as a number one, quote unquote number one, they're probably like, it's a lot of characters to introduce. There's a lot of moving pieces in a mission that we don't really know kind of what's going on yet. So I definitely understand the hesitation from a lot of people to kind of just jump right into this.
Yeah, I don't know if this would be a good starting off point for somebody that knows nothing about G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
It'd be really hard for me to recommend, be like, here, start here. I think it's a tall order.
Yeah, and that's why like you really have to care to read, to like take the time to read this and go, okay, so this is happening, and this is like, you can't just kind of breeze through this. I loved the exposition pages at the beginning because it tells you, here are our protagonists, here are our antagonists, this is kind of their mission and their group and the special forces unit that was pulled together, blah, blah, blah. I love that because as someone who's never really read G.I. Joe, that's what I want. But it was odd that they didn't make this an issue 1. They made it a Legacy 300.
Yeah.
So, 301, which I was like, you guys had you guys could have made this a number 1 and just started a new story, right? But I don't know. Yeah,
it was an interesting choice. I personally had more fun with the Saturday Morning Adventure series.
Oh,
like granted, that's sports. That's supposed to be more, lighthearted and fun, just like Saturday morning cartoon. But I personally felt like that's an easier starting off point if you really want to get to know kind of how fun and silly some of this can be. It's like, but at least you get to know the characters and kind of their motivations and stuff. And then if you want to get into the real gritty, then you can probably start here. But this is pretty serial in here.
Yeah, and all that being said, I mean, like, at least for me, I still am probably going to give this a recommend. The Moneyham art just alone, dude, oh my god, I can't stress the art in this book enough. The Moneyham art in this and the art in Big Game, which we're going to get to afterwards, are some of the best art I've seen all year. I love this these Moneyham interiors. It's so rad. It's very gritty and real, but also cartoony and fun. Perfect for G.I. Joe, and I think it just, and the panels were all really creative and how they were laid out and everything. I just thought there was a lot of life that Moneyham put into this. And I love Larry Hama's writing. I think he does a really good job of writing all these characters. It is heavier, like you guys were saying. It's not a easy read where it's just like, oh, I'm going to shoot this guy, and then I'm going to shoot this guy, and then, whoa, that's awesome, action. It's like, it's very tactical. Like you are reading a war book, kind of, So
either that or like it's like you're watching an Expendables movie.
Yeah, well,
I don't. Too.
This was better than Expendables. Come on.
Characters in an old beat up C-130. It's like, isn't that what they fly in that? It's like some kind of pointless story where Cobra Commander is getting away on a jet ski, and it's like, I was like, this kind of feels like an Expendables movie.
A script that didn't make it to the final film.
Yep, random character dies that nobody really knew / cared about.
And that's another thing that's really difficult. It's like you introduce so many characters in this issue. It's like, who's that guy? Like, who's this guy? So it can get overwhelming. But even with, I don't know. I just, maybe it's just because I really want this to be a success, and I know that there's a lot of talent behind this book, and I can see what they're trying to do. I think the potential is really there, which is why I still want to give this a recommend, because I still had a lot of fun reading this. I just, there were still plenty of issues with it. If that makes sense. Yeah.
I can recommend it. I'll recommend
it.
All right. Recommend.
Hey, look at that. All right. No, not even a single man on the panel. I like it. We'll give it a recommend.
Of our final judge. Thumbs up, average.
Yeah, I was really thinking that we were going to get at least one of us was going to give it a meh, but
It was teetering because I thought they were very ambitious with this issue, but they they pulled it off, and the art's good.
I think they'll deliver in future issues. Like 302 will probably be a continuation, maybe, but at least we have a solid foundation now of like, okay, this is where we've started. At 301, this is where we're gonna move on with, I guess. I don't know.
So what will drop first, this or Transformers? Which one do you think will tank faster?
Well, it depends because Transformers had such a high rise to fame that anything that like even if it drops just a little bit will be massive comparatively to the low numbers of GI Joe that it already has. So comparatively to like, it's like the Marvels was just released and its second weekend drop is not going to be that big because no one actually saw the film in the first place. And that's kind of how I feel about GI Joe and Transformers.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Like I don't.
You didn't answer the question, but that's all right. You don't answer the questions. You obfuscate about everything, and that's okay. That's fine.
I gaslight you into thinking that.
Yeah, you don't. No. Yeah, that's the most non-answer I've ever heard.
I think that Transformers will dip off harder the second they announce that DWJ isn't touching the book anymore. It will go below GI Joe sales.
Oh.
However, GI Joe sales already have a low. Like, I don't like. Even my LCS was like, I only bought 2 shelf copies. I was like, only 2 shelf copies. He's like, no one really wanted
Nobody
it.
reads it. Nobody cares. It's like,
I was like, oh,
damn.
Larry Hama, Chris Mooneyham with a Kubert cover. Are you kidding me? But no, they've
who are those people?
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, because they've catered to people who like fucking Talia and Ghost Rider.
See, put her on
they
the
don't
cover.
want. Yeah, they don't want high action testosterone GI Joe with great art. Ugh.
Not now.
No, not anymore.
Nope.
Which brings us to our finale. This was the event of the year, in my opinion. And to be brutally honest with you guys, I have not been as excited for a series wrap up or a what do you call it? An event like this one. I've not been this excited for an event like this in years, maybe since King in Black.
Since Night Terrors? Night Terrors.
What was that?
Dark Crisis?
Yeah, Night Terrors, Dark Crisis.
You guys are saying words, but I don't know what those things are.
Dark Web. These are real events. That's fine. You want to forget them. That's okay.
I legitimately forgot about Dark Web.
I didn't. That'll be in my brain forever.
No. But with that being said, even the cover of this book looks like a freaking movie poster. Like this looks like it could be posted in the theater, and I'd be like, "This looks awesome."
Death Blow.
Death Blow.
When someone tries to blow you up, not because of who you are, but for different reasons altogether.
Altogether. Death Blow. With all the hype, I think they delivered, man. And
really?
I know we asked. I think we asked this question earlier on, a couple months back, in fact. And we said, what do we think he's going to do? Are the villains going to win again? Or are the heroes going to come back? Spoilers.
Avengers Endgame.
Spoilers. The only thing I hate is the time travel.
Literally Avengers Endgame. That's the end of this book.
Not as...
It's as cheesy. Don't you dare start with that shit. It's
not as
literally... They come through portals. What are you talking about?
But he's bringing in like DC characters, and these are heroes from comic books, and these are the old guard. It's not like Avengers Endgame where it's like he's like, oh, on your left, where they're all still alive.
I was waiting for it.
Oh, I will agree that the time travel is just like that's so shitty and dumb. And I how does it make sense if like what's her name, Kick-Ass Girl? She's got two Hit Girl. If she's got 2 versions of herself because of the time travel, and I was like, oh no, we're introducing some rules here that do not make sense at all. But even with my reservations with the time travel, I mean, the double page spread of all those heroes kicking ass, like, come on, you can't tell me that those pages haven't. It's not what you guys have been looking for
I don't think
ever,
the
right?
fights were that. I mean, I just didn't really. I didn't feel the fights. I really didn't get that tete-a-tete
Damn.
repartee. I really didn't get that in this
Hang
issue, to
on.
be honest with you.
I'm gonna get the book because I gotta look at this again.
I just didn't feel it.
You didn't feel the like just the sheer kinetic energy and action-packed nature of the artwork and the colors, and like I couldn't imagine someone who's been reading all of Mark Millar's stuff like since the very beginning, because I don't even know half of these I don't even know 80% of these characters, and I'm still like, this is awesome, this is exactly what I want to see. But maybe it's just my like child brain going like, superheroes, yay, finally.
Like, oh, this is Avengers Endgame, and Nemesis got taken out like
Oh
a
my
fucking bitch, and
That was angering.
But I loved the end. Anything with Nemesis is amazing, and the end with
Oh,
Nemesis
let's
is
go.
what sold this book. I'm like, that is fucking awesome.
Let's
I
go.
love that.
And Mark Millar has said Nemesis is going to come back for another issue, for another series.
He has
And
to.
he's got what, 2,000 something people on his let me read it because
On
it's
his
just
kill list. Yeah.
too good. Too good. Nemesis is the best character in this whole thing.
Correct.
He's the GOAT. He is absolutely goated. He's been paralyzed from the neck down, but he swears he'll be walking again inside 6 months. He said he'll get back to full physical fitness, rebuild his entire fortune, and burn the world down by Christmas next year. Yes, Nemesis. I'm also told he's putting together a hit list for when he's better, and there's already 4,235 people he wants to murder, and it's going up every day. Oh, and then you just get the picture of his eyes. He's just looking. Oh.
And white bandages. I'm like, this is fucking great. Like this. That's what I needed.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they delivered in terms of it was super action packed. I think they introduced the time travel thing because there's really nothing else you can do to bring these heroes back, right? But I love the character of the villain, the main villain. What's his name? Wilson.
Wesley.
No. Wesley. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wesley Gibson.
Mm-hmm.
How he's been kind of pulling the strings, and he's the one who's like been the puppet master. He's been delegating all of this from the start, and I love that he kind of thinks that he's been in control this whole time. So really enjoy his character. I don't know, man. It's just a great culmination. I thought it was a lot of fun, and like I said, the art in this is by far the best art all year.
Oh. I did like what happened with Kick-Ass at the end. I thought that was very nice. That was very cool.
It's very fitting. I thought, because I mean, if you really think about the character Kick-Ass himself, he's very much, I see it like the character Job from the Bible, just someone who has this call to action, who so strongly believes in his faith, in the goodness and the faith. You know, he's always going to believe. He never loses the faith. No matter what happens to him, no matter how much he's going to get the shit kicked out of him, how much he's going to like want to end his life. Like, no, he does not lose the belief or his faith. And by the end of this, he's rewarded for his belief and faith in superheroes.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more, Drew. I think seeing him with a tear in his eye when he's about to go into battle, and the Magic Order girl, she's like, I know who you are, and you deserve this. And he fucking flies away over to the boat, and you're like, let's go. And then he finally gets the suit at the end because they say there's no better man that would hold the mantle of America better.
Yeah.
He's awesome. So that was a really great moment for him as his kind of character arc.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, for me personally, it's like as much as this issue is not what I expected or wanted, I think shockingly he did a great job with the end. The end, and up until after the fighting, I loved. It was everything
kind of prologue where everything was coming together.
Yeah, at the end, it's like I really liked it. I thought he wasn't going to be able to stick the landing, honestly. And most of the time, 9 times out of 10, most writers can't.
Sure.
It's like it's tough to do, especially with something this magnitude. And he did. He landed, and it was great.
Yeah.
But it was getting there that I'm like, I just don't really feel this. But I loved where it ended.
Yeah. What would you have preferred instead of the action or the fights that we saw? Like, because at the end, the heroes have to win at some point, at some cost, right? So do they just not fight the villains and they just do the time travel thing and then just go back before it all happened? Like, how does that?
No, you got it. No, I love the fights. No, I am completely fine with all of it. So it all worked for me.
I needed more personal fight. It's like it is almost like Avengers in where it's just, I mean, every character is just smashed together.
Everyone.
And it's like you only have a certain number of panels and pages to put in there. I get it, but it's like I needed to feel something because then it ultimately just came down to Wesley and Hit Girl, and it's like nobody else really fucking mattered. It was just like we don't need all of you here, clearly, because once, spoiler alert, Wesley gets shot in the head and dies, and it's just like, okay, everything's over. The end. It's like, why the fuck are all of you here? It's like, no, we don't really need you.
I think they need to bring them back though, in terms of everyone, like the world needs heroes, and from here on out, Mark Miller's world is going to have heroes, and so I think to have them come back in this fashion was understandable.
You could have brought it back after the fight, though. Like you didn't need to be there at that moment in that fight. I get why he did it because it's like, no, we got to have this big fight. It's like, yeah, I understand it, but you're better than that. Like it was just
why deprive the fans of the fun? Because like we joke about having like, where writers and artists just take like action figures from different, like I'm going to take a dinosaur and a Transformers and I'm just going to bang them together. But like this truly was a build up to where once they started clashing all these different heroes together and villains, it made sense and it was fun. It didn't feel like it was just nonsensical. Just, oh yeah, bang these things together. So,
but we got so few panels of any of these none of these characters even really say anything. They're just background noise.
Except for their series before this. So like when I go back and I reread all of Mark Miller's stuff, I'm going to know who these characters are way better. So then once I see them in this issue, I'm going to be like, oh shit, I know who that guy is.
In one panel, oh look, he's flying at somebody doing something. That's finally paid off. Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah. Why not? Drew, do you think this lived up to the hype for you?
It for me, it did. It gave me what I wanted, and it was only 5 issues. Like it wasn't like it was a drawn out event for like 15, 20, 30 comics. It was 5 issues. God. Got to tell the story you wanted to tell. It had a great ending, great opening. We had great ramifications. People died, came back, died again. Just fun stuff. And we got to see the time travel was a great mechanism for him to really incorporate all of his characters together. That was like the one way to really get them together. And I went with it. I had a blast, and I cannot recommend this enough.
Yeah. I'm with you. The only thing I would say, and this is tough because it's like the only thing I hated in the issue was the time travel. I think it's a lame excuse, and it also introduces a lot of rules that break. Once you introduce time travel, it gets really messy, and anything that you do has to be scrutinized because of what you've done with time travel now. So it makes things it almost boxes the writer into this corner of like be very careful with time travel. But at the same time, it's like I really don't know how else he would introduce all those characters. Like there's zero other possibility. So it's almost like he kind of has to do time travel. So I understand it. It's just not my favorite plot device, if that makes sense.
I'm not a big fan because then it takes all the stakes away.
Right. But
no one's ever really gone.
Oh, and somehow Emperor Palpatine returned. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, though, this gave me what I wanted. And that was a fun, action-packed story that tied a bow on everything for the most part.
It did.
I mean,
again, he stuck that landing. It was just how he got there. He going around and going through trees and hitting stuff, but he finally landed. He got there. I got to hand it to him.
Hey, even this guy said it's like Avengers Endgame. So.
Yeah. How can you not? It's like it's almost a parallel to that.
Yeah.
And hey, I'll take that. I will gladly take that. I mean, it's kind of it. Some of us are making it sound like it's a bad thing. I in no way see that as a bad thing.
I see it as he's the guy that's been so good, and it's like you're treading on somebody else's ground, man. It's like you've been so good and revolutionary in all your storytelling and stuff, and it's like, oh, come on. Like you had to do it that way?
Even though, well, and that's the thing, he is revolutionary. And I think that when you look back at, I'm thinking about when we were reading Nemesis and we were just like creaming over the Nemesis books, right? And then we started reading, or even before that, it was like the Prodigy books, and stuff, or Magic Order and all these different like King of Queens, no, not King of Queens,
King of Spies,
King of Spies, all these different books, and you're like, finally, I don't know, there's just something really special that not a lot of authors, not a lot of writers and creators can do, which is like take their beloved stories and their beloved characters, know them so well and know their stories so well, and then implement them in this like culminating 5-issue series. I don't see that happening with anyone other than Mark. Mark's the only one who's been able to do something like this to this magnitude. And though there are still issues with it, like though there's still some problems and critiques that I have, it's still better than fucking 99% of a lot of other stuff out there.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like this is still by far and away so much better than anything Jason Aaron could do at Marvel. Like,
yeah, his culmination of The Punisher was his ex-wife takes all his money and leaves him in a dungeon.
Yeah,
that was his culmination of a series.
Any 1 million BC version of every character fighting every future version of every character, fighting every other derivative of every character.
Yeah.
But I'm still recommending this book. It's still great, and the whole series has been a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, nobody's perfect, and he's not.
Nobody's perfect, and he's not.
It's not perfect, but it's still a lot of fun.
And that's why I actually like him a lot more. He's not perfect, and you see that there are still writing flaws. That's okay.
Yeah.
He's still much better than a lot of other guys, and he's someone who is actively trying to help fix the industry. Maybe not. Well, I say fix. Other people would say heal. He's the only one right now who's trying to heal the industry actively.
Yep.
And that means a lot. So
for sure.
All in all, yeah, this is a big fat thumbs up recommend from us here. So I think it's also difficult just because of how much hype this book had. It's like I can't remember, like I said, an event this big where people were like, this is it. Right? Like,
yeah. Like, how are you going to get out of this? Like, how are these characters going to come back? And I mean, everyone assumed time travel, but you never know.
Yeah.
You have magic.
Well, that's what magic was the thing that brought the regular heroes or the first hero's back. Spoilers.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I thought it was cool. I like the Magic Order. I think they're a cool team. I need to read their books though. So
Me too.
and the front woman doesn't seem like a Talia type. She actually seems pretty cool.
Unfortunately, yeah.
No, she is a good character. Look, I read the Magic Order. She is a Cordelia. She is a very good character, and I loved her in the first few issues of the big game where she's holding the wand to Wesley's head. Like, it'd be so fucking easy to blow his head away right now.
Yeah, but they can't do anything because it's just
yeah.
You're so right. Yeah. Josh says, "Wait, did y'all talk Planetary? I mean, Outsiders." Yeah, damn. I need to watch Planetary now because apparently this book is just like the exact same thing. So.
Yeah, you open up issue 1 of Planetary back in the just Sail the High Seas for it. It's like, wait a minute, they just fucking ripped off Planetary #1 from over 20 years ago. Once again, Sean Kelly, Jackson Lansing, fucking hacks. You know,
no. Wild. This is upsetting. Josh says, I don't understand y'all's love for Moneyham.
Oh.
What does that even mean? How do you not understand?
Yeah.
Just look at the interior pages and you'll be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hasn't read. Yeah, we'll talk about this later, Josh. You're on my nemesis list now of 4,523 people. So this is a great question by Fiend. Did Big Game have a moon baby though?
That would have been a perfect book.
You know what, Kyle? I think you probably would have had it as your perfect book of the year if it had a moon baby.
Perfect book of all time. Yeah, that's it.
Better than Jim Lee Batman.
Unfortunately, I'd have to put it above Jim Lee. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, remark of Jim Lee Moon Baby.
Ooh.
You'll be like, Jim, I'm a huge fan. Could you do one of the most notorious characters in the Ghost Rider run, Moon Baby? You'd be like, what the fuck is that?
The fuck you talking about? I'm like, Moon Baby, you dumbass. You know what you're talking about? Are you fucking stupid? Can't hear me?
You're like, well, if you don't know Moon Baby, then at least draw fucking Talia.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't know who that is either.
What are you just saying names of things? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I sat in line for 7 hours and paid $200. You fucking draw this shit, you jackass. I'm your biggest fan, by the way.
By the way, I love you and I shill for you every night. I have your comic book above my bedpost. Fear, tell me y'all are gonna roast Animal Pound at least. You know what, brother? I did not get a chance to read the Ash Can. I don't think we got the Ash Can. Drew did. Yeah, you guys didn't order it for the shop.
For which series?
Pound Town.
Pound Town.
Oh no, nothing for Pound Town. No, not a single one. No one ordered it.
That's a shame. I don't even think it's online either.
That's a shame. No, it was not.
Nobody bothered. That's how
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. No one wants to go to Pound Town. How sad.
No, they'll do that for Tiny Onion, but they won't even do it for Tom King anymore.
Well, they'll still go for the Wonder Woman book because the Wonder Woman book still sells.
Oh, that's DC, but anything because
anything indie.
Yeah.
So
there you go. Tiny Onion's better than Tom King.
Wow, bold claim.
Hey.
So the last 30 minutes, hour of the show, if you guys are still good on time, I got a fun video for us to watch.
Oh God.
So this is, I gotta share my audio. So this is the House of Stein. Go check out their YouTube channel. The guy Brian McClay here at the top. He has something Wednesdays, Weird Wednesdays or something. Do you got, for all you prospectors out there? You guys know Ben Stein, the House of Stein, Brian McClay, Beyond Wednesdays. Yeah. So these guys are all speculators.
That's an expensive book, by the way. I do know that.
Just you wait. You wait. So these guys do a great segment. Now, I used to watch these guys back in like 2020, 2021, like a while ago, 4 years ago. Or yeah, just about maybe 3 years ago.
Dang.
And I think they do great work. They could just pretty much copy paste cover price and just talk about that. But instead, Ben, the House of Stein, actually like does all this research himself and actually looks at what books have been selling or whatnot. But this segment that they do, I thought was hilarious. And it's actually really informative. But it's called Buy the Dip. And they take books that normally have had a really high price on them and are now at a very, very low price. And it's kind of like watching a fall from grace. And so they give you the number that the book sold for like a year or two ago. And then they give you the price that it sold for today. And it's wild, bro. So I'm going to play this clip. There are a couple that we'll watch, but I really don't know much about these guys other than they just do this cool segment. So like I said, if you guys like this kind of speculator stuff, check out the House of Stein or Brian McClay from Beyond Wednesdays. They actually just recently had Ethan Van Sciver and John Malin on there. So
Oh wow.
Okay.
yeah, I don't think like these guys for sure are not like Comicsgate. In fact, like the Red Hood comic guy, I'm pretty sure opted out of talking to Ethan because he was like, nah, that's not for me. But yeah, like Brian had an open discussion with Ethan and John, and it was awesome. So, and I think everyone really enjoyed it.
Oh,
but
cool.
Yeah. So good for these guys for like wanting to have the conversation. So, but yeah, let me play this clip.
This was a 4, like in 9.8. This was like,
and you guys can hear that.
Yep.
a 3 to 4K. It was like a 3K raw book and like a $4,000 9.8 from like 2018 to 2020. So like for like
$3,000 to $4,000.
Yeah, I remember that book was for some stupid ass reason. Yeah.
Yeah. Vader down, and the cover sucks.
It's terrible. Yeah.
Cover blows.
Yes.
3 years. This was pre-pandemic. So this was how much this book was selling for. It sold this week for $300.
$300 in a 9.8. What the fuck?
Oh god, I love it. Oh, I love it.
Imagine, oh my god. Imagine buying this book 3 years ago in 2020 and being like, fuck yeah, 4K down the drain. Just like this book is only gonna get 300.
Oh my
300, my dude. It only took 3 years to go.
Oh my god.
And even these guys, even like Ben was like, this cover fucking blows.
Yeah, this cover's retarded.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's interesting.
Where did that sell
No,
at?
Joe, this is not the one in 1,000. This is the one in $49.99. This is the one in 5,000.
What's up?
1 in 5,000?
Yeah. Oh, so it was a one in $49.99. I think he said. So 1 in 5,000.
Who is buying 5,000 copies?
That is
$300, 1,000.
Hold on, let me.
No, Joe, this is not the one in 1,000. This is the one in $49.99. This is the one in 5,000.
Wow.
1 in 5,000. Did Spawn even have a 1 in 5,000?
I've never
thought he
heard
had
of
one
a
in
1 in.
1,000.
Yeah, I've never heard of a 1 in 5,000.
Damn, dude. They're gonna cover another book later that's Star Wars. But honestly, I don't think people read these books. I think they're Star Wars fans. I don't think they're comic fans. I think they're Star Wars guys.
Yeah,
100%.
probably.
Because yeah, like I said, there's a book that they show later that he's like, I don't fucking know how people buy this shit. Like,
What
wild.
store bought 5,000 copies?
I don't think I think it's like a guy. Like, because I've heard of guys going into shops and they'll say, listen, I will pay however much money to the retailer for you to buy 5,000 copies, and I will take the 1 in 5,000. And
But
the
what store
retailer
would
was
want
like,
5,000 copies of this book? No one.
yeah. I mean, well, yeah, because it would almost cost them because then they have 5,000 issues of inventory, right?
Yeah.
Just sitting in their warehouse. Like, no one, they
Even
can't
if you're-
sell it.
Yeah, even if you're getting your deal on it, you're still like, no one would take that fucking. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wild.
Jeez. That is
$300.
Well, that's why people like Buy the Dip, especially if you're looking for this book. But if you own this book and you were trying to flip it, you hate Buy the Dip.
I mean, I knew when this book came out that it was super risky. Yeah, I agree.
So here's the
May
next
sell for $60.
one.
Wow.
Ugh.
That's a good buy. My
Fucking hate this book.
dude, that's a great fucking buy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If Aaron were here, I'd tell him to look. And there can't be more than a couple hundred. So I mean,
Wow, man. What was it selling for again?
It peaked at like Raws were 100 plus and 9/8 were 500.
Wow.
I think it was this one.
Wow.
Where are they getting their
that's
bought from? What site are they using?
That's a good question. So the House of Stein, Ben, who's the main guy who puts all these together, he checks I think he checks cover price, eBay, Mercari, all these different places. But that is a good question. I forget, was it the Spider-Gwen book? This one was interesting because it's the first Scotty Young book, I guess. But what's my next? 3120 was the next one. 31. Oh yeah, this cover. So this was a World's Finest cover. It was done by Jack White, the musician.
No.
From the White Stripes.
I know the White Stripes. No? I don't fucking know what their names are.
Jack White, I think, is the lead singer of White Stripes. Okay. And he made a cover for World's Finest. And I remember seeing it. And I was like, this is ugly as sin. I remember not enjoying it. Because it's got Batman in a GIMP mask.
Sure.
Sure, yeah. Why not? Off the screen. There we go.
You were all over.
So yeah, it's got Batman in a GIMP mask. It's got this weird young Superman.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So, but just wait till you hear how much this sold for.
For this book pre-FOC. Remember we did that weekend show on MCM and you were like, I'm picking up this book. I don't know what.
Yeah. When this thing came out, the week it came out, it was selling for $50 to $60 raw. And I remember us talking about this saying, do not spend $50 to $60. Don't do it. Don't.
50 to 60 raw.
I've never even seen this book.
And this thing.
Really?
Oh, I've seen that. That was for World's Finest #1, I think. That came out over a year ago.
I do know number 11.
Number 11.
Number 11? Okay. I do think the store had a couple of those. Not many. Maybe one.
And it's not like it's a key issue. It's not like it's not like it's a 1 in 50, right? I think it's just a regular variant. But because Jack White did it, it was selling for gangbusters.
This thing sold
50, 60 raw.
Wow. I can't even count how many copies. This thing sold a ton of copies at that $50 to $60 range. CGC 9.8 of this sold this week for $22.
Wow.
What? That barely covers the price to get it graded.
So the guys start talking about it and they said it doesn't even cover the price of grading. It doesn't. And then the guy had it listed for $4 shipping, which means that he lost even more money.
More money.
Just,
what the fuck?
He probably had to pay it's not even it's not even negative money at this point. He's paying the guy to take the book off his hands. He's
much.
Like, please, I'll pay you $20. $22 for a 9.8. When people were buying this for 50 to 60 raw.
9.8. Yep.
I mean, why are you guys shocked? Is this a key? Did something happen? Did it change the course of DC Universe?
Great point, man.
No, it was just cool because it was Jack White, and remember we started getting a lot of these.
That's just a variant cover. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Modern comics aren't a viable investment at all. It's just hype and FOMO. It's making people buy these worthless comics for such a ridiculous amount of money. Yeah, I agree, Garth. I mean, I think the reason why they have this buy the dip segment is because the books that are on here could have come out last week. You know what I mean? Books that are hot for a day drop almost instantly, especially modern books that lose their value the second you pick them up off the shelf.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Don't buy the first appearance of Madam Web right now. And if you are fucking stupid, people, trust me, I'm in Facebook comic groups right now. People are putting those things up for $200 right now.
Stop. Graded or raw?
Raw, $200.
Oh
Buy it,
my
get it.
God.
200. I'm just like, people are fucking stupid.
If you want, you could buy 2 990 like near mint copies, or fine to near mint copies of what was the Thor issue we got? Thor
337.
337.
Yeah,
you get 2 copies of that in a fine and near mint raw.
Yeah.
As opposed to a Madam Web.
Yeah.
You could still have money left over for lunch.
Right. Now, if you're a fan of Madam Web, that's fine, but I wouldn't buy it now.
No,
you do, you're stupid.
No. You wait for that thing to go way back down.
Absolutely.
Because what would that book is probably like a $20 to $30 book raw, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, you probably get a newsstand for maybe $50. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know anything about Madam Web, unfortunately.
Yeah, no
or
one
fortunately.
does.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This was interesting because it was Stupid Gods. The Gods issue.
Uh-huh.
This was like a 1 in 100.
The cover sucks.
Yeah, it's awful.
Things and the powers that be nears an end. All the Quakenesses are reunited during a Babylon event. The Lion of Wolves vows the worth.
That's a.
I gotta get to 1950, so right around here.
I got a new friend, bro.
Hey, you're first. Good for you.
Oh my god. Oh god, that was.
How much is it selling for?
125.
Oh man,
This book is selling for $125.
And it's a what ratio?
I think it's a 1 in 100.
Okay.
So, I guess it's
that
like
tracks. That kind of tracks. That's about right.
Yeah, a 1 in 100 would be $125, but still, like,
this cover fucking blows though, and it's a book that nobody reads, and
it's a character no one cares about.
I don't even know the character's name. Can anybody name this fucking character?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah, Drew, you know this character. Come on. No, I'm kidding.
I honestly, I'm going to talk tomorrow. I'm on the aficionados. I'm going to be bringing up just how Hickman, in my opinion, is 0 for 2 in his triumphant return to Marvel. Both this and his ultimate shit he's put out have just been shit. They've just been wet farts. And this Gods, this is shit.
Yeah.
No one's going to remember these characters a year from now. Hell, a month from now. It is just a garbage book. And I'm very much skeptical on his Ultimate Spider-Man run now because of these 2 books.
Yeah. And what's interesting is, like, people would probably get after us for being like, oh, well, you're just haters or whatever. But even when these guys, like speculators, like, even when they were talking about the book, they were like, who cares? Like, even when you get like normies or speculators or just anyone who's not a normal reader of the books, even when they're like, I don't give a 2 shits about this book, even when you get that response, you're like, oh, that's bad. Like, even they don't even want it, right?
Right.
But I do want to shout out our man Derpy. What's up, Derpy? Thank you, sir, for $5. He says, just wanted to say hello to the best nighttime comics hosts, Kyle, and Kyle, not Kevin. Whoa, I was not expecting that. Damn. Oh, hey, Max and Drew are here too. Great.
Well, when you're right, you're right.
Derpy. Oh man. All right. Well, I guess I got to.
There we go. Derpy, you're a gentleman and a scholar.
All right, Kyle. This is your show now. Enjoy. Now that you've got a fancy microphone and you think you're cool now, you're just gonna run the show from here, I guess.
Fancy mic here. Now we're on the Hot 10 comic books here. House of Stein coming at you live here.
Coming at you live.
Coming at you live.
All right, that's enough. That's enough of the fantasy. Derpy, thank you for the $5. I greatly appreciate it. I legitimately read the first line and was going to say Kyle, Max, and Drew, and then it just kept saying Kyle, and I was like, wait a second. Wait, this isn't right.
Oh, it's right. It is right.
I don't know, but man, it's kind of like Wes has shirts that are made that says like Doc is right. We need Kyle is right, or Kyle loves that would be funny. It's like a New York, I love New York, but instead it's like Kyle loves Jim Lee, maybe just a big old heart.
K Heart JL.
Oh, well, once again, Derpy, thank you for the 5, sir. Greatly appreciated. Even though you kind of dissed Drew and I, but I won't, whatever. You gave us $5, so appreciate it. Yeah, Fiend says 0-3 if you count X-Men. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Not wrong. You were not wrong. So yeah, I think they continue on talking about this book going for like 125 right now.
And I definitely wouldn't pay that for that. It's gonna be a buy the dip
No,
tomorrow.
125.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Even they're like, this is gonna be on the buy the dip segment tomorrow because shit, people who are buying this for $125, no shot, man.
Well, we'll see. All right, could be an interesting character in 2 years. Moving on to number 9 this week.
In 2 years.
In 2 years.
Yeah, try
Wow.
2 minutes.
Oh yeah, right. No, that character is never going to be interesting.
Fuck no.
At least not that I know.
Either with that cover.
No.
Hey, that's David Mack you're talking about.
Oh yeah.
David Mack? Is that the guy who did the cover?
He did the Daredevil cover you're showing a few minutes, like a little bit ago.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. He was actually at the convention that I saw Frank Cho and the Faust
Vigil.
creator at Tim Vigil. Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, he's cleaning up right now because of the Echo character.
Bro, that Echo book is selling like crazy right now. So
Yeah.
No.
Book another 1 in 100. What if Dark Tomb of Dracula number 1? The art.
So this was that Tomb of Dracula. What if Blade was a vampire?
Jeez.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. This was super interesting though. So these guys actually talked about 1 in 100s and how they thought that Marvel has a quota to meet because of how many 1 in 100s there were.
Oh.
Art Germ Virgin 1 in 100. Beautiful cover. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. This is the Art Germ we all know and love.
The Marvel reps must have been trying to get like a year-end quota because they had like 1 in 100s for like so many books that came out this week. So they must have had some kind of quota they had to meet before end of November or something like that for year-end.
What I think is really interesting too, though, is that 1, these guys know that, and 2, Marvel knows that they have a quota, and they know that variant cover buyers will buy this shit up like crazy. And then they can say, "Oh, we sold all our copies. We sold tons of copies of this book."
Yeah, all these books are being sold. It's like, no, you have stores buying 1 in 100s because they know they can sell the 1 in 100 Art Germ as opposed to this dog shit story.
Yeah,
to anybody.
Exactly.
But because of that, now they're sitting on a bunch of 1 in 10s, A covers, B covers, C covers that they can't even move.
Yep.
Just stuck with so much inventory, and it's just taking up all their space in these warehouses. And they're like, "It'd be cheaper for us to freaking burn this shit." And like,
yeah, they're used as giveaways for everybody. Oh, we're gonna give away this again, give it away again.
And I think I brought up to you guys or someone else, but like there was a store that had bought like when Berserker number 1 came out, all the Keanu Reeves signed copies and all that crap. I guess they had to, you had to buy so many books to get those signed copies. And this one store had literally a pallet of unsold copies, and they just burned them all.
Oh my god! They legitimately just burned them.
Yeah, just burned them.
Burn them. Burn her. Burn the witch.
Burn her.
Yeah, I think that's a viable option. The other thing too is I've actually done this before. Is like when I used to ship books. So like if I had books that I were trying to sell, or like like runs. So like I sold my Heroes in Crisis. I had bought that when it initially came out, read it, and then was like, "What am I going to do with this now?" So I sold it, and what I used for like the bubble wrap and like the packaging was just like shitty comics that I knew I couldn't sell, so I would just rip the pages out and just stuff it in there like bubble wrap or wrapping paper. So.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's a great. It actually cost me less to use the comic as packaging than to actually buy packaging.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many. I've done that on eBay. A lot of sellers will do that on eBay.
100%.
Moving on to number 6 this week.
So this is this Star Wars cover that they were talking about, and some of these comments are interesting about their feelings on it.
Week. This cover. Star Wars: The High
my
Republic issue
God.
number 1, volume 3, the Miko Suyan connecting version 1 in 100, and this cover.
Jesus Christ.
That's
Why-
Miko.
They put out the Virgin variant of this, and then they have the trade dress variant of it, and they're connecting, and it just again it feels like
So
the Miko Suyan.
there's so much going on here. Like the cover is bad.
Yeah, I like
And
Miko
also-
too.
Oh, do you? I don't know if I've seen their stuff. Maybe
Really?
I have, but I don't. I'm not a fan of this.
He
And-
just did one for I think the Superman 78. The second, I think he
Wait,
did.
Oh.
you know Miko. I mean, Max, you would know Miko. He's done a ton of covers for DC and Marvel.
maybe.
Yeah, he's done a lot. You would know who
Yes.
he was.
Miko's
Suyan.
Suyn. It's not coming up on League of Comic Geeks. Let me try the old Google machine.
Yes, just do a Google search. Yeah.
Sorry for the pause. Okay, yeah. All right. Oh, he did the Bounty Hunters, and he also did. Okay, he did do the Superman 78.
Yeah.
All right.
But not just
Yeah,
that.
I
If you
mean,
look into, like a lot of, he's done some great covers. Like for whether it's for Venom, he did a lot of amazing Venom covers during the Donny Cates run. And
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did that World of Krypton cover. Maybe.
unfortunately, yeah.
Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, his Venom stuff is dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, this fucking cover though. Jesus
yeah,
God.
this cover blows.
Ugh.
But yeah, it's funny because all these guys are like, "Oh, this fucking shit," and then Brian talks about how this is actually a virgin, but the trade is a connecting, which
Oh, that
seems
is so
odd.
stupid.
It's
Yeah.
dumb because then you're buying both, and it's
Why-
like,
But
I mean, I
you
guess-
know, and we do know this from Sean saying that Marvel, Star Wars especially, they are so strict about what the hell you can put on their fucking covers
yeah,
that
You
it forces
can't do
every
anything. The characters
Can't-
cannot do
yeah.
anything.
Yeah, they can make a very good artist like Jim Lee, for instance, make him look like a Miko, and it's just like because you can't have him do anything. It's like can I have him in a fighting pose? No, you can't have that because you can't have him looking like one of them maybe beating the other one in a fight or something. It's like
it's so safe and plain and bland. It's like the Punisher's issue. It's like nothing happens because you have to be safe.
yeah.
You know?
So you get stupid poses like this.
Yeah, because like her hand is coming out of nowhere.
Yep.
And like her perspective is all off. Like the arm looks short for some reason. I don't know. It seems odd. It seems very, and like even they were saying like the lightsaber is cut off.
Yep.
Because the
It's
connecting
connecting.
cover is what's showing the rest of the lightsaber. It's like, what the fuck is this? Yeah.
Smart.
So smart. 1 in 100. This is a 1 in 100 book or cover.
That's fucking
Yeah,
ridiculous.
connecting version 1 in 100 and this cover
all I'm gonna
pisses me
say,
off.
anyone still
Why-
buying those Star Wars covers is garbage. It's you're wasting your money.
Yep.
These books are junk and they're going nowhere.
I think even Brian at some point in the stream, he was like, I've got a friend who keeps buying these covers, and I keep telling him, bro, you're losing money.
You need to
Like
hit him
you are
upside the head.
actively, no, seriously, like wake up, like you are losing money. They collect them like Pokemon cards.
God.
On volume 3, the Miko Suyan connecting version 1 in 100, and this cover pisses me off, man. Why they put out the Virgin variant of this, and then they have the trade dress variant of it, and they're connecting, and it just again it feels like such a grift. Just
yeah.
Is that Billy D. Williams on the cover?
All the guys are like, damn, because he's like Billy D. Williams. It's like, ooh, can't say that. Can't say that.
Oh, easy, Tiger.
Ooh. But yes, what did Brian just say? Something about it does seem like this is a grift from Marvel, just like spamming these Star Wars covers constantly.
Oh boy, that's why it's here. What a terrible cover! It doesn't even show the full light. The you know what I mean?
Because you got to buy the other one on the left.
I know
side.
it's so ridiculous, dude. Oh man, this variant game is getting rough. I feel sorry for people that are Pokemon collectors on these Star Wars variants, like Comic Man Andy's dropping hundreds of dollars to get these terrible covers that are not going to be worth a tenth of what you're paying for them in a year.
You know,
Dude, imagine that. Spending hundreds of dollars on covers that you know are going to have no value.
Yeah,
Like,
you know it.
later
You
on.
know it. Damn.
And I mean, I guess they have sentimental value to you.
You have
Maybe?
sentimentality to this fucking cover.
That's the thing. But it's also the collector mindset of just like, I have to have all of them.
Yeah,
Even if they suck.
that's what it
Right?
is.
And that's the same thing with X-Men, same thing with ASM.
Yep.
Even if these stories suck, I just have to have it.
I have
Right.
to complete the collection.
Yeah. And then there are 2 more books and then that's it. But the next one, Kyle, you are guilty of this, my friend.
Uh
Have you
oh.
met them yet?
Met who? There are ghost children possessing giant robots.
Krampus.
what's up, Martian?
Krampus.
Moving on to number 5. Oh, Batman number 1.
Yeah.
Again, Batman number 1.
Yeah.
But the 20.
I got 2 of
Guess
these.
what?
I got 2
Guess
of these.
why it's on here?
Yeah. Why?
Because it's shiny.
Hell yeah, it is, and it's badass.
Because people go, oh, it's foil. It's a shiny book. I like shiny things. And
Hey,
they
do you
buy
own
it.
a Batman number 1?
Oh my god.
Do you own a
God
Batman
damn it,
number
Kyle.
1?
There
Yeah.
are only like a few people in the world who own Batman
Yeah,
number 1.
exactly. You know what? So then people can be like, you know what? I own a Batman number 1.
And then they're lying.
No, they're not. It's Batman number 1.
2023 facsimile, the ultimate gold foil, supposedly limited to 150. Oh man.
Yeah.
These have been selling for months online, but it finally is. These are finally in people's hands. Who all got in on this?
Does that mean they're sold out?
Yeah, I would assume.
I doubt it. I just
There's
probably
only-
boxes sitting in a garage somewhere.
I just want to. Oh no, I thought you were joking. No, they were. Yeah,
kind of, but yeah.
Yeah. So they've been selling for months, but kind of again, my rule is until it's actually live somewhere, I don't put it on a list. I don't want to. That was the Venom, Sad Lemon reasoning behind that.
There's
This is terrible. This is so bad.
Yeah.
But these have been selling, like I said, for months. Still selling for the same amount. CGC 9/8, and which I guess they're all 9/8. Which if they're all 9/8, who cares what it is if it's in a CGC holder then, right?
Is this a Epic Nation release?
That was the other thing, because I think that I had put on there is like, if they're all 9/8, then what makes them exclusive, right? Like,
Nothing.
what makes them special?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I mean,
That they're shiny.
unless they're incredibly low print runs, that's the only thing that would make them special. But then again, they're probably not.
But say like, so I think because they were saying this had a low print run of 150. Is that even right? But so say it's 150 and 50 of them get sent in to get graded and all 50 of them come back 9/8.
Yeah.
Does that still make it, even though it's a low print run, does that even make it special anymore? I don't know.
I mean,
Because they're all
50 is a low census on CGC.
Sure. Yeah. And
But-
150 is a low print run, but
I don't know what they were selling for. What were these selling for?
oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure what they said. Did they say?
Foil variant.
I don't know. Is it?
What
Is that where they
what
came
not?
from?
I don't know
I'm
where they
just
came
kidding.
from. Yeah. I didn't look it up, but yeah,
What's the
just-
appeal? What's the appeal, guys?
Foil.
What's the appeal? Foil.
It's
Foil.
a Batman number 1.
They don't have the price on here. Let me.
It's shiny, vato. It's called
Yeah,
shiny.
foil.
You see?
It's people that have been picking up all the foils over the last year. Said I got to get this one too. I
Yeah,
don't know what the
that's
deal
you,
is.
Kyle. He's talking about you.
Hell
I gotta
yeah.
get all the foil.
I don't have all of them, but I definitely have some from books that I'll never be able to afford.
Oh
So
no.
Maybe I'm sure somebody's gonna say, "Oh well, I want to own a Batman 1 and I don't want to pay $1 million for it." Like,
boom,
Oh, I
boom.
weird. It's almost like he
Boom.
knew exactly what you were gonna say. I own a Batman 1, guys.
And it's true.
Oh, well, it's not actually Batman 1. And then everyone's like, oh, okay.
Oh, it is. Technically, it is a Batman number 1. It's not
It's
a first print. If you open that up, if you open up that book, it is Batman number 1. It's not like it's something else. It's literally that book. It's literally Batman number 1.
You could say that about every facsimile then.
Yeah.
Ever.
That is what they are. They're just reprints. They're facsimiles. They're not the actual real thing, but it is that issue. If you want to read it, and that's the only way other than reading it online, it's like, yeah, why not?
All right.
Why not?
You got to get the foil, though?
I don't know what this is. I guess I can look it up on eBay right now. How much? What are they going for? I think I'm kidding. I'll fucking buy one right now. I swear to God, I'll do it.
Do not buy.
I will buy it right now.
At this point, I mean, even look at where they're doing
what would be the purpose of you buying one? And what, like,
spite?
Would you get it?
Spite?
Spite. Why would you, or would you get it graded? That's my question.
Fuck no.
Would you buy it graded?
No. All the foils that I have, I will never grade.
Why not?
It's like, because I want to have it and I want to be able to open it up and read it. Because I have the foil Action Comics #1 and I have a Detective Comics 27 foil.
So to complete your collection, you want a Batman #1 foil?
I didn't know it existed, but sure. So a graded one of these, right now, someone's asking, hasn't sold, asking $550.
My God. Graded, you said?
Graded. There it is.
And this book, how much did this book sell for? Raw, probably. Like,
let's see. Let me see if I can. Let me see.
Find any raw ones?
What? I can't see any raw on here. I see the silver foil. I see the regular foil. The regular graded foil is $60. Someone's offering right now.
$550.
$550.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And it's not even, you can't even say that it's the real Batman issue #1. It's, you're just showing off a foil cover.
Correct.
In a slab.
Yeah, I don't know why you slab it. It's like, just get it to read it. If you want to read Batman 1.
Sure. It's fine. You also have the Hulk 181 foil.
I do.
That ruined comic retailers.
You bite your tongue.
You keep your forked tongue behind you.
So one of those best offer was accepted, and it was at $490.
Oh my God!
And that was November 15th.
Even still, even if he was like, give it to me for like $300, still way too much. Way too much.
Yeah, I would be like, because the regular foil, $20, I would be like,
maybe
75, 100 max, maybe if you really wanted it. But like $300-$400, it's like no, you can get a real book.
You can actually get like a key, like a legitimate actual key book.
You can get maybe almost a beat or a copy, but a golden age-ish copy of some Batman book at that point.
Like a horror book, like one of those really beautiful horror comic.
Oh
books.
Yeah.
I love this from Garth. He says, I agree with Kevin. Spite is the best motivation.
100%.
Damn. Actually, most of my weight training comes from spite because I always go, damn, that girl probably would have dated me if I were in better shape.
Yep.
Always comes from a place of anger and hatred for yourself. No.
Yep. You telling me that I shouldn't do this? All right, I'm going to do it.
All right. Well, fuck you then. I'm going to go.
Yep. You think these foils are fucking stupid? Guess what? I'm going to buy every stupid fucking foil out there. I'm going to tear all this shit down and put up every nothing but foil.
Oh my God. You wouldn't be invited back onto the show. I just wouldn't have you on the show anymore.
I wouldn't need your show. I'm too big for your show at that point.
Now that you've got a mic, everyone's like, we want the Kyle show. Give us back. We don't want Max anymore.
We're talking foils all night, baby.
Oh my God. Well, before you talk about foils, this is the last thing they had to say about the foils. And I thought that it was pretty interesting from guys who are technically speculators, who kind of their whole industry are variants, right? So I thought this was interesting that they had said this.
Yeah. Kind of like a gold, yellowish fellow.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're getting to that point where the variant game is nobody can question whether, I mean, can say that it's not hurting the hobby at this point. It's definitely hurting the hobby at this point.
Nobody can question that the variant game is hurting the hobby. I never thought I would hear the day when I would hear, or I would see the day when I would hear one of these guys say that.
Yeah.
But it is. I mean, you look at any of these retailers and they're like, dude, I can't fucking do this retailing or this variant game anymore. Can't do it.
Chasing the dragon.
So
yeah.
Anyways. All right. At number 4 this week.
So, and then they had a couple other books, but yeah, I thought that was super fun just to kind of, or I thought it would be fun for us just to kind of go over those and some of those like talking points and some of the stuff that these guys have talked about, because we we'll bring up cover price every now and then, but like to actually have one of these videos on and look at like, oh, this Darth Vader book sold for 4,000 3 years ago, and now it's at 300 is like so. I hate to say it's funny, but it's really, really.
Well, the market itself, I was watching a video and Heritage Auction just had a big auction and they actually had a Batman #1 that was a real one. I think it was a CGC. It was a CBCS graded. I don't know why you would get a Grail book like that to CBCS. You're fucking retarded. Like, you don't do it. Like, you just don't do it with those types of books.
Especially even though, because you've said the CBCS slabs are better.
They are better. They are 100% better. But the market doesn't give a shit. And people that are buying these high-end books, they want CGC. And it's like, if I had a Grail book like that, you don't go to CBCS. If you want to resell it,
you have to go to CGC.
You have to go to CGC because they were looking up the price that I think it was a 3.5 or a 4.5. It sold for the same price as like a 2.5, like a couple years ago.
Say that one more time. So a 2.5 and a CGC
sold for the same price as like a 4.5 CBCS Batman one.
Oh my god! So like a 2-point grade difference on a book that's that old.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was something like that. Like, don't quote me on the numbers, but it was almost a 2-point differential in grade and the price differential. Now you can say it's the market. You can say it's the dip. You can say there's a lot going on, inflation, numbers, blah, blah, blah. You can say a lot of that, but it's like, crack that book out. Like the fact that somebody bought that for a steal, in that terms of like 12, 15, 18,000 or 20,000, whatever it is, it's like, crack that book out and send it to CGC and you could resell that book and probably double your money. Like,
easy. And I wonder if someone who had the Batman book was almost trying to make a point by saying, I'm going to make CBCS legitimate by sending in this book, because like what would happen if you got all these heritage auction guys that had all these like beautiful, stunning books that like really go for millions or hundreds of thousands, and they all send them to CBCS. Would that then shift the market to be like, whoa, CBC, it's the place now, right? Like what would cause the shift to make people go, this is the new brand?
That's what it would have to. It'd have to be heritage recognizing in these big time whales that have all this money to legitimize CBCS, because it was a new CBCS slab with the new print and everything. So somebody just recently got it graded. Yeah. Wow. So it was just like, what were you thinking? Like, I get what you're trying to do, but it failed miserably.
Yeah. That's super interesting. Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, they just had a big auction. They had a bunch of, all-star comics and stuff like, first appearance Wonder Woman, all that crazy shit. And I'm curious to see how it actually ended as far as prices for some of these big books. I think they had a Amazing Fantasy 15, like a high grade, like in 6s or 7s going up.
Ooh.
Yeah. I was really curious to see it. And they have all the old pre-code horror stuff that I would love. I am in love with a lot of those covers. Tales from the Crypt, Vault of Horror. I want I love those covers and I want all of them, but to like get a 0.5 with no cover and half the comic in a graded slab. It's still like $450, and it's just like these books are so fucking expensive.
They are always expensive, and it feels like they never go down.
Ever. They have not gone down at all.
I just never see them. And I wonder, is that because so many people love them and they don't want to get rid of them?
Has to be. These old time guys, they have all these books, and it's like they have such a market, which I'm beginning to realize.
There's so few of those left, and a lot of those were destroyed in the 1950s after all the Senate subcommittee hearings about how the evil the comic books are, especially the Tales from the Crypt and EC comics were. So just finding any of those are a treasure.
Dude, check this one out. They were talking about this one, and they were like, the reason why this is sold so well is because it's got like everything. It's got a
Damsel,
gorgeous
red,
damsel in
Lady in
distress,
Red.
Lady in Red, graveyard, skulls, skeletons, full moon, like everything that tends to be collected. Like, because some guys go, I want all the graveyard covers, or I want all the skeleton or skull covers, or I want all the blonde kind of damsel in distress or like ladies, sexy ladies. It's got everything on here.
It does.
It's awesome. It's such a dope cover.
Love it.
No, I'm not dead. I tell you, I'm not. They're like trying to put her in the grave. Yeah, I mean I totally see the appeal. Like when someone tells me, "Hey, this sold for fucking $4,000 or whatever," I go, "That makes sense." But when someone tells me, "Hey, this piece of nothing sold for $125 today," I'd be like, "You what now?"
Yeah, why?
Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I see no appeal to this.
Unless it's Peach Momoko. I don't see the point.
Dude, even the Sonic book, this Sonic book sold for like $400 something.
Why?
Because there's Sonic the Hedgehog video game fans that just and it was the last issue in the series, I think.
So?
I don't know.
What is there, like 10 of these made? Like, what the fuck?
You don't like Sonic, bro? Come on.
Yeah, I did when I was like 8.
Rolling around at the speed of sound. And then what was it? This one sold for like $2,000 to $4,000 or something. Virtua Fighter.
When did that come out? What is it? The 90s? What is that?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Looks like 96 or 95.
Yeah. I forget what they said about this one or why it was like special or important or anything.
There's
but
got to be none of those out there.
Well, the on the cover it says limited edition 50,000 copies.
That's a good selling book now.
I know, right? Now, if a book hits like anywhere near 50,000, people are like, "Oh my god, look at how many we sold!"
It's a ton. It's going to a second print and a third.
Second print is anything over 10,000.
Oh.
Let's be real.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, I forget what. Let me see. Oh my god, I want this. I want this cover. This cover right here.
Ooh,
gold foil. Gold foil. Wow. You know, I give you guys shit for the chromium and foil, but on this one.
Oh, so now it's okay. Okay, I got it.
Well, yeah, because it's not a Batman #1. It's not ruining the industry. Yeah, let me see what they said. So this is issue #1, gold logo, limited to 50,000, August 1st, 1995. Yeah, you guys called it 95.
50,000.
Yeah, I'm gonna call BS on this one.
So am I.
Yeah. So CGC 9.0 of this sold for $2,750. There's no way that's real, right?
2750?
No.
For a 9.0? Is that what he said?
Yeah. Fuck that. No way.
Wild.
Why?
Wild.
Who? Why? What are you doing?
Someone who's the biggest Virtua Fighter fan in the world.
God. $2,000.
No, almost upwards of
almost
three. 2750 and then plus shipping. Yeah.
God, you could buy a real book that's actually worth that money.
You could buy so many real books with 2750.
Yeah.
Graded. Not
Graded.
just like multiple graded.
Hell yeah.
Wild, man. So these are, I mean, it's always super fun to look at this stuff. Because you do get like books that you see that you're like, whoa, that's beautiful. Like that makes total sense, right? But then you get other books like this piece of shit.
My name is.
Oh no! Another piece
of shit.
I don't want to see this piece of shit. Just a bunch of pieces of shit. Get off the screen. I like Timothy Chalamet, but I don't want to see this.
No, it's like I went to the theater the other day to go see The Clue, and this trailer came on, and I remember saying it to my date. I said to her, like, this is an example of a filmmaker who completely did not get the point of the Roald Dahl novels. Did not get it at all, period.
Yeah. A guy who hated kids. He hated kids. No, it's true. He hated kids. And you can tell when you read it and when you watch that movie, it's like, no, he had a disdain for kids.
Even when you watch the one, the original film with oh no, now I'm blanking. You guys know his name, right? Help me out on this one. The original Willy Wonka, right?
Yeah.
No?
What's that?
I forget his name.
Gene Wilder?
Gene Wilder.
Gene Wilder, thank you.
Okay.
Even when you watch him and he's interacting with these kids and he's going, no, wait, please don't stop. No. And he like kind of hates these little shit. Well, not hates the little shits, but he's kind of like, I don't know, you guys aren't that great.
Yeah. You're all assholes, and I'm going to torture you because that's what you get.
What's great about Gene Wilder in that movie? Well, there's a lot of great things. One of them,
he's perfect.
Yeah, one of them is like when we first see Gene Wilder come out of the factory, and he's like limping, toward the gate, and then he does that somersault, and it's like, hey, look at me. He wanted to. That was Gene Wilder's improvisation. He wanted to show like, you cannot trust this character. You do not know what he's going to do.
Everything from that moment on is now in your head doubtful, right?
Yeah.
After that moment, everything after that it's brilliant. He's brilliant. I love that little aspect of it. You know. Black Spider says, why are they not white spiders? Black Spider says CGC has too much power. We need other companies to challenge them. I agree because I think too it would make CGC better as well.
Correct. You
by
have to hold them
other
accountable.
companies.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that the guy that was running CGC left to start CBCS, and everyone's like, "Oh, don't trust CBCS. They're all dog shit, garbage, wrong." It's like, he used to work for fucking CGC, and he started his own company at CBCS.
Yeah.
And so it's like, of course, they're legitimate, but every company's biased. When you have humans doing anything, it's going to be biased. So you need that quality control. I get it. But yeah, you need these other companies. Now, some of them, like PGX, it's like, you got to be careful of that as well.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of guys on YouTube like openly say like, don't trust PGX.
Never buy a PGX slab ever.
Yeah,
ever.
So,
I don't care if it's a book that they're willing to give you for free. It's like, don't trust it.
That's
even a PGX 11. Don't trust it.
Yep.
PGX 11.
Yeah, because it turns out that book will be incomplete.
Yeah, right. So most amplifiers go up to 10, but for ours, we put it up to 11 because we want it, we want it to be louder. And he's like, "What is the 11?
Well, what's the 11?
What's the 11? Well, they normally go to 10. So ours go to 11. It's like he just doesn't answer the question. Yeah. What's up, Zaxx? He says, "Nerds, thank you for the 18 months of membership. My God, that's a young boy. That's a young man. Just turned 18 right there.
Hi-oh.
Hey-oh. Thank you, Zaxx. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Fiend says you could buy a Virtua Fighter, or no, you could buy one of those X-Men arcade, like the big old like X-Men,
you buy 4 of them.
Yeah, for $2,700. Absolutely. What's up, Underground? Sorry I didn't see you earlier, brother, but yeah. wanted to say hi. And he says, "You see all what happened to that Scott Pilgrim show? It got He-Manned, as one might say." Did you guys hear about the Scott Pilgrim news?
No.
Care about Scott Pilgrim, but
So, well, first of all, sorry, you have. I forgot that this image was on the screen. Sorry, you guys had to see that. It's a nightmare. But yeah, no. So Scott Pilgrim was going to do a new like animated show, new animated series that they were going to launch, and it was going to be like a new story. The rumors are from people who have watched the first episode that Scott Pilgrim dies at the end of of episode 1, and the rest of the season is following Ramona and Ramona's exes. So you
What?
follow the Ramona story, even though it's called Scott Pilgrim. Yeah,
That sounds terrible.
it
sounds
sounds
literally
awful.
like He-Man. Yeah.
Yeah, which is exactly what happened with He-Man and Kevin Smith's Netflix pitch,
Yeah.
where they said kill He-Man in the end of the first episode and have the rest of the show be about Tila.
Yep. So
That's
who
the deal.
wrote the Scott Pilgrim show?
Oh shit, can confirm. Oh my god.
Ooh.
That's embarrassing. Sorry you had to watch that, Underground. It sounds awful. Sounds very 2023. You're not
shit.
wrong.
But yeah, do we know who wrote it?
That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, would it be the same Scott Pilgrim writer?
I don't know. I hope not.
Yeah, right. He's like,
Should have
"Oh, I
no
don't
common
like my
sense."
character anymore.
This has to be some dipshit who doesn't know Scott Pilgrim.
You would hope, because if it's the same writer, it's like, why?
what are
Why are
you
you ruining
doing?
your character?
I don't
Yeah.
care how many zeros are on the back of the check.
Yeah. You're ruining your brand and your legacy, dude.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess a check's a check. I don't know.
I get. I mean, everyone has a price. I get it, but
See, that's the
damn.
thing. There it is. Yeah. Just like, everyone's got a price to buy a Batman #1 foil variant. And for you, it's, doesn't matter the price. The price is
Nope.
spite.
The price is spite, and don't make me do it because I will. I swear to God, I'll do it.
I was going to say, I swear to God that if you come back onto this show next week and for show and tell, you show off a stupid Batman #1 foil, I'm kicking you out.
Does that have to be the gold foil? Because I'll buy the other foil. I'll buy one right now.
What's the other foil? The silver one?
Or a regular one.
What's the... Oh, it's just like a regular colored...
Yeah. Yep.
That's so dumb.
I can get a foil edition Batman #1. Ooh, starting bid 99 cents.
Oh my God. I mean, hey, what you do with your own money is none of my business, sir. But you are a grown adult with a child, so
$38. I could buy it right now. The silver New York Comic Con foil. Boom. That's a man book right there.
I could think of so many better, beautiful works of art for $38.
I doubt it.
I doubt it.
The regular one for $8. $8 for the regular foil.
I mean, that's not bad, but
that's okay.
Brian Lee O'Malley. I don't know if I know who that is. Was involved, unfortunately. Huh. Brian Lee O'Malley. Why does that name sound so familiar?
Frankly, it sounds made up.
Kind of like the guy who wrote. Who was it? The guy who wrote. Was it Blade? Where it was like Tom Smith. It's like, hello, I'm Tom Smith, and it's like, sure you are.
It's like, uh-huh.
Oh, so he did write Scott Pilgrim. Oh shit! All right. Well, I guess.
Wow.
I guess the own creator, like you said, Kyle. People once you check the zeros, how many zeros are on that check? Someone they'll do just about anything.
Not just that, he sees a lot of stuff in media. He figures, oh, that's the way things are going now. Kids will love this. People will love to see this.
But that's what's wild, man. It's like, if anything, it's just like, why would they release the Madam Web trailer the second the Marvel's box office numbers came out?
Did you watch that trailer? Did you watch that?
Oh, You don't just watch it.
Oh, you experience
Dakota
it.
Johnson is the worst actress on the planet. She is literally the worst actress.
No, everyone in that trailer was CW acting.
Those line readings are horrible. I didn't even try. Oh my god. What is it?
Come with me. We're in danger right now.
I can see the future. I'm serious. Oh my
Take me
god.
seriously. Oh, you really? Can you really see the future? Yes, I can. We're all in grave danger right now.
We're
acting.
all in such grave danger. Yeah. Acting.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that? Thank you. What's
That's the John Lovitz, John Lithgow skip Saturday Night Live. That means acting brilliant.
Acting. Yeah. Or what's the one where Jerry walks into the coffee shop and he's like, and she's like, oh, what's wrong? Acting.
Banking.
Like just for random no reason.
Yeah.
Naomi fly scene. What was that? Wasn't it holy shit, I think this is the one. Where do you guys remember the Naomi show?
I remember I would watch ads review it, and it was hysterical
on CW where Naomi. Hold on, Naomi CW flying scene. I have to play this just because this is like the level of Madam Web
awesomeness.
Yes, epicness, awesomeness. Oh no! Oh no! Wait, no!
No!
Oh no! The hair is like not. Hair is not moving at all. Oh my lord! Oh my god!
Oh shit!
Is this? I want to get like the full CW. God. I hope it doesn't hit us. I don't have any sound on, so hopefully it doesn't like. There's gotta be a better, like, full scene where she like legitimately flies away. I think this is a preview. Dang it, man. By the way, this show looks awful.
This looks like Madam Web.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, Madam Web and Naomi have so much in common.
They're literally in the woods talking.
Yeah, exactly, right? And the acting. The concerned look of like,
oh no. Oh my
god. Oh. I've never actually seen the full clip.
Oh, I haven't seen a single frame of the show, but
yeah,
oh my god.
It's so funny. They'll never know what you sacrificed is what she's probably saying right now.
Everything.
Oh yeah. You have not seen what I have seen from Rings of Power.
You have not
Come on, get to the good part. Wait, is it not going to show her? Oh, here we go.
Oh my god.
That is my favorite frame. That is it's so clearly like Photoshop.
It is terribly.
And then it looks like they just took the mouse and they just moved her up. Like they just went like this with their yes.
Hair not moving.
And just her looking up into like the nothing.
Black girl magic.
So funny. Black girl magic.
Oh my god.
Gosh, dang it, man. That is so funny. You know it's not sucky though? Unholy Nightmare. Go back Unholy Nightmare.
Damn straight. It's gonna say you want something that doesn't suck? Yeah, you're gonna get every bang for your buck. Yeah, Unholy Nightmare. Right there, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. She is not an actress.
No. Wasn't she a model or something before she got into acting?
Aren't they all models?
I think so. I don't know. Statue.
I must go. My planet needs me. Yeah. And Poochie went back to his planet.
Yeah.
His planet exploded.
Have you read Black Widow No Restraints Play? Is that the one that the Saska sisters did? I have not read that. There are very, there are very few books that like Black Widow has had like a solo series, and I feel like I think she's had plenty, but I just haven't gotten a chance to read them. I know the one that Ralph Macchio and who was it? Art Adams, they did one with George Perez for Marvel Fanfare. It's a 4-issue miniseries, and that one is freaking amazing. It's fire. So I would encourage y'all to read that one as well. But no, I haven't read No Restraints. Well, that'll do it for tonight. Thank you guys again for being here. Thank you for the love, the support, the super chats, all the members. You guys are what makes this thing run every single week that we come in here and we read these books just for you guys. It's fun entertainment for y'all. It's work for us. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, it's a great time had by all. I greatly appreciate my two co-hosts coming on here with me on Fridays and enduring the joy and the pain of reading these modern books every week. So
happy to do it.
Someone has to do it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, someone has to do it, and God chose us. He called us to this glorious purpose.
Yep.
He was like, I presume.
Take up that mantle.
There you go. We bear our cross every week by reading these comics.
Unfortunately,
thankless job, but that's all right.
Yes, it is.
We serve our country proudly. You can thank us for our service. Yeah, no. Once again, it's a pleasure. Thank you, chat. We will see you guys next week. I am hoping that it's like Conan or World's Finest, something good. I think it's World's Finest and Wonder Woman. From what I remember.
World's Finest comes out. Should be a good week.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And
be good.
Wonder Woman.
Nice.
So, yeah, thank you, Zaxx. Always a pleasure, man. Always love having you in the chat, man. And thank you for all that you do for all of us. Yeah, man. Please come on by. We are always happy to have people come on in. Duck Bacon, hail to you, sir, and Grifter. I like that avatar. Take care,
cool.
brother. Yeah, that's rad. That's the real Grifter right there, not the fake one that's being published right now. Are they still doing that Wildcats book? They are, aren't they? I think they
don't know. I've tried to ignore it.
Yeah, I think we all tried to block it out of our brains.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely come back here next week where we're gonna have some great stuff to show off. I'll have some books. We'll talk about the comics and maybe some more news. Maybe we'll have maybe we can discuss the fact that they also hired an Asian man to play Sentry. That might be kind of interesting.
That's about time.
It's about damn time, and we'll cover it here if you guys want us to. But for the most part, this has been the weekly comic wrap up for November 17th or 15th for this week's comics. Thank you guys again, as always, for watching, and we'll see y'all next week. Take care, guys. Bye.
Bye.